requirements clearly, and recommend solutions that create real value. And that is exactly why business analysis has become so important skill. And for professionals who want to grow in this field, CBAP is one of the most recognized certification that shows strong knowledge of business analysis practices and frameworks. So in this course, you will be learning the key concepts of business analysis based on the Babok Guide V3 framework, where we will be covering the core knowledge areas, important techniques, exam-related concept, and practical applications used by business analysts in real projects. So whether you are preparing for the CBAP exam or simply want to strengthen your business analysis understanding, this course will give you a solid foundation. Let's look at the agenda. First, we'll understand the CBAP certification, including the exam structure, eligibility application process, and course requirements. Next, we'll be exploring the fundamentals of business analysis, including the BA-CCM model, the 6 Babok knowledge areas. Next, we'll move into key areas like planning, monitoring, elicitation, collaboration, strategy analysis, and requirements. After that, we will cover important business analysis techniques like brainstorming, interview, SWOT analysis, root cause analysis, and many more. And finally, we will look at real-world case studies and project work that will help you apply these concepts in a very practical way. Also, if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. Now, this course is perfect for professionals who are looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, or while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. Also, you'll be learning how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA Babok V3 aligned, and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP, CCBA, where you will engage with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will be getting the support you need to land your next big role. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. So before we get started, here's a quick quiz question. Which of the following is one of the 6 core concepts in the BA-CCM model? Your options are budget, context, coding, or marketing. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
Okay, let's get on with the introduction to CBAP. What are we going to cover this here? We are going to talk about IIBA, benefits of the IIBA professional certification, criteria for CBAP certification, the exam application process, the exam outline, and recertification requirements. IIBA stands for International Institute of Business Analysis. It is the professional body which sets the standards for business analysis. They do that through what is known as the Babok Guide. You will hear that term again and again. It stands for Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. Okay. IIBA also looks at a skill matrix and defines the competency model for BAs. We will look at the competency model or the skills that you need to be successful as a BA later in the session today. It will also look at recognizing your knowledge and experience through certification. So there are 3 certifications that IIBA provides. The entry-level certification is called ECBA. The mid-level certification is called CCBA, and the professional level certification is called CBAP. These are the 3 certifications that IIBA has implemented in order to recognize your knowledge and experience and expertise as a business analyst. There are you can take an IIBA membership. You can take membership with IIBA. The membership fee will depend on which part of the world you are in. There is a tiered membership fee structure for IIBA. If you take a membership, there are certain benefits that comes with it. You will get to volunteer with them. You will be able to develop your communication skills. There are some events that IIBA chapters conduct. You can participate in it. You can network with other BAs. You can learn from experts. You will be getting access to all the knowledge materials within IIBA. You can use that to learn. So these are some of the benefits of the IIBA membership. What are the benefits of CBAP certification? I won't read through all of these things. It will give you a recognition as an individual. You can achieve a a career goal through CBAP certification. Typically, certified analysts are paid slightly higher than those who are not certified. So these are some of the benefits. You can read through the slides. You will get the slides in your LMS as the trainer slides. You can go through this. I won't go through each point by point. I think that's something which is self-explanatory. This is also another useful information for you. Many organizations will support or fund those who wants to get certified as CBAP. And the benefit of the organization are listed here. So they can showcase their the commitment to professional development, the level of maturity of knowledge of their staff. They can make sure that they follow standard processes. They can ensure that their deliverables have certain level of quality. So these are some of the key benefits to the organizations. Now, the reason why we are telling you this is you can use this to negotiate with your employer to support or fund your examination and your certification. Okay, now comes, I think, the more critical part, which is the eligibility criteria. In order for your CBAP certification by your IABA, not from Simplilearn. From Simplilearn, we already discussed the 3 criteria. From IABA, you would need to have a minimum of a total 7,500 hours of BA experience in the last 10 years. It roughly translates to, if you are working as a full-time BA, 4 to 5 years of business analysis experience is what you need to in order for you to be eligible for CBAP certification from IABA. Not only that, within that 7,500 hours, you need to have 900 hours in 4 of the 6 knowledge areas. So we will go through the knowledge areas in detail. So in any 4 of the 6 knowledge areas that are there needs to have a minimum of 900 hours that should be there. In addition to that, you need to have professional development for 35 hours, which is what we are going to get through the course. So once you complete the course, you will get a certificate from Simplilearn, which is an endorsed education provider of IABA. So you can use that to claim that. You need to provide 2 references and then sign the code of conduct. So these are the eligibility criteria for CBAP certification. Now, the obvious question is, what if you don't have BA experience? Many of you are having 0 BA experience. So the first thing is that your title need not be BA. The work that you have done has to be that of a BA. So for example, if you have worked as a QA in a software industry, you might not have, your designation might have been that of a tester, right? But you have worked on, say, for example, solution evaluation, what we call as the knowledge area, solution evaluation. You can claim that, right? You might have done stakeholder management, that you can claim in as business analysis, planning, and monitoring. So there might be certain part of the work that you have done which could be considered as business analysis work that you can claim for your certification. If you have, even after that, if you do not have enough number of hours, you need to look at some of the more beginner-friendly certifications from IABA. You can look at CCBA, you can look at ECBA, which does not require any experience whatsoever. Now, in order to land a BA job, what you need to do is you need to convince an employer that you have the skills that are necessary to perform as a BA. So that is where this course, the projects that you do, any volunteering opportunities that you utilize in order to build those skills and actually implement them in real life will come into picture. So these are some of the, and this is the eligibility criteria for the CBAP certification. I will take a pause here and check for any questions that might be there at this moment. Now, if you are going to apply for the CBAP exam, this is the process that you will follow. So you will first apply for the exam, for the certification, and pay for the certification. When you are paying for the certification, you will document your experience. So you will say, I have worked in each of the knowledge area for so many hours. In total, I have worked in so many projects. These are the projects. When you are documenting your experience, you will provide contacts who will be then approached by IIBA to validate your experience. Okay, so that's the first step. The second step is you pay for the exam. Once you pay for the exam, you have up to 1 year in order to register for the exam and take the exam. So once you pay for the exam, once you have done the preparations, you will register for the exam for a specific slot, and then you take the exam. Okay, so that is the application and exam process. The application fee, if you are not a member of IIBA, the application fee is $145, which is the same as that of a member. But the exam fee is $505 for a non-member and $350 for a member. Now, even if you are not a member, check within your organization. Some of the organizations have memberships and tie-ups with IIBA where you will get a discount on your IIBA exam fee. Okay, so that's the application fee. If you are getting recertified, so like I did my certification in 2019, every 3 years you need to get recertified. I got recertified in 2022 and then again last year. So when you get recertified, if you are a member, you need to pay $85. If you are not a member, you need to pay $120. Now, the reason this is important is if you look at the difference between the fee for a member and a non-member, it is roughly $150, right? There are some places where the membership will be much cheaper. Like in India, for example, where I was taking the exam, it was around $50 or $55 or something like that. So it worked out cheaper for me to take the membership and then give the exam or give the certification. How do you prepare for the exam? So we will go through the BABO guide throughout the course. But you need to read through the BABO guide. You should be very comfortable with the BABO guide. There are some material available in the online library in the IIBA website. Go through that. Go through the FAQs in the IIBA website. There are some other resources that are suggested by IIBA. You can go through that. You can try to find a mentor. There are study groups that you can find within IIBA clubs. And then you review. The one step which I will definitely suggest is, especially for those who are planning for CBAP exam, is take the Simplilearn tests very seriously. They are slightly on the tougher side than the actual IIBA exam. So if you do decently in the Simplilearn exams, you are likely to do well in the CBAP test. The exam consists of 120 questions. All of them are multiple choice. It is a 3.5 hour test. Okay, now what does the exam has? There are, like I said, there are 6 knowledge areas. Each knowledge area has a certain weightage. You can see that on the screen. You can see, for example, requirement analysis and design definition, which is a key knowledge area for business analyst, has highest weightage at 30%, and then the rest is roughly equally distributed. But we will go through each of the domain or each of the knowledge areas in detail. The assessment that you have within Simplilearn will give you the Simplilearn certificate. That is not the IIBA certificate. For the IIBA certificate is where you have to register within IIBA and provide the exam and pass it. That is when you will get the IIBA CBAP certification. Sorry, I missed the beginning. So if you have question, do I need to ask you? So what we do, Tirthendu, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right, is that I will cover a topic like we did just for the eligibility and the exam fee, etc. After that, I will open the floor for questions. You can ask them in the chat. I will pick up those questions and then we'll answer them. If there are complex questions, we will unmute you, and then we can have a conversation as well. I have questions as I don't have any experience. If you, like I said, there are two parts to that answer. I already, I think, covered that, Sultana. You need to if you already have some experience, you need to see as we go through the knowledge areas if part of those experience can be claimed as business analysis experience. That might be one way where you might have enough experience. But even then, if you don't meet the eligibility criteria, then obviously you cannot give the IIBA CBAP exam. If you still want to have the certification, you can look for CCBA or ECBA, depending on your level of experience. Or if you are looking for a job as a BA, you can use the Simplilearn certificate and the experience and the knowledge that you gain in order to look for jobs where you can have an entry level BA kind of a position. Who can be the referrer? No, it could be somebody somebody who have known you in a professional capacity, Nikith. Anybody who has known you in a professional capacity can be a referrer for you. Our certification mandatory? No, certification is not mandatory. I'll take this point to talk about how I got into business analysis. So I joined long time back. I think I joined one of the software consulting companies based out of India. I worked there as a software engineer for 4.5 years. Then I did my MBA. Post MBA, I joined a banking company in their operations. I was working in their operations for close to 2 years. And there was a project that I was supposed to support, which I supported for around 6 months. And I was using my domain knowledge to help provide requirements to the business analysts there. And then I asked the team, they wanted to have a new BA there because I think the BA was leaving or something like that, that I would like to take up that opportunity because I have the domain experience and I have a past experience in software development. And then I convinced them that they hired me as a BA, and that's how I got into BA. At that point, I did not have a business analysis certification. I worked as a BA for, I think, almost 6 years before I took the certification. So you don't have to be certification to get into a BA job. What you need is the knowledge and skills, and you need to convince an employer that you have them in order to get into that job. If you have experience in QA, Harish, you can use part of that experience as a BA. So that's what we call as transferable skill. Can we check if we meet the eligibility criteria is laid out, which is the 7,500 hours of experience. So you should be checking it before you paying the fee. Yeah. The only thing you need to be clear is that you need to have contacts who can validate who can validate your experience, because if your application is picked up for audit, they will reach out to your stakeholders, the contacts that you provide, and they have to confirm that what you have claimed is correct. Okay, like when I did my certification and my first recertification, I was not audited, but when I did my recertification in October, they audited me. So they reached out to my contacts and they had to respond to IIBA saying, okay, what Bijo had claimed in his application is correct. So that you need to make sure. No, so you will get the Simplilearn certification after you complete the 3 criteria that we discussed at the beginning, right? 80% attendance, assessment, and the project submission. Once you complete these 3, you will get a certificate in business analysis from Simplilearn. If you are doing a bigger course, like for example, AI for business analyst or business analyst course, you will get that certificate as well, right? If you want the IIBA certification, that is when you need to pay additionally and get that certification completed. CBAP doesn't have from CBAP, Dinesh, from CBAP certificate from Simplilearn does not have any prerequisites. It has post requirements, right? You could be a fresher or you could have experience, doesn't matter. What matters is you attend, you clear a test, right? There are a few tests you need to clear, at least one of them, and you need to submit a project. You need to submit 2 out of the 4 projects that are there at the end of the course. So once you do that, you will get the certificate from CBAP. You get the certificate from Simplilearn that you have completed the CBAP training with Simplilearn. That is your evidence for IIBA for you to get the professional development credit. So Nilanjan, I am talking specifically about the CBAP course, right? You might have, like, if you remember, okay, let me just repeat so that everybody is clear. So I think what you are referring to is right. When you log into the Simplilearn learner portal, you will have a program, right? So I think, Nilanjan, when you log in, you see the same thing, right? This AI-powered business analyst. I think that is the course that you have signed up. But each of you would have signed up for a different course, right? Some of you might have only signed up for this course, Certified Business Analysis Professional. Now, our focus, the one which I am going to cover today and then until 21st of March, is only this course. Okay. Now, like Nilanjan, if you have signed up for the AI Business Analyst course, you have, 6 other courses that you have, right? So you need to complete those depending on which are mandatory, which are optional, and all those kind of stuff. Only then you will get the certificate for the entire program, right? Which is the Microsoft Azure AI-powered business analyst. Our focus in the next 9 days is going to be only CBAP. Okay. Hopefully everybody is clear on that. And I am talking about that CBAP a course within the Simplilearn program. So you could be in different programs. You could have signed up only for CBAP as well. You will get this CBAP course completed and a certificate for this CBAP course from Simplilearn once you complete the 3 criteria, which is 80% attendance, the assessment, and the project submission. Okay. Hopefully that answers all questions. We will go back to the we'll go back to the material. Okay. Now, IIBA, once you get certified, they want you to do a recertification, right? The goal of recertification is that they want to make sure that you not only get certified, you continue to develop yourself as a BA, learn new things, you work as a BA, you contribute to the BA community of practice. So that is why there is a recertification program, right? So every 3 years, you need to get recertified, right? The purpose is to make sure that there is ongoing professional development, encourage learning, make sure that there is certain amount of standards that is being met. So all those things are the reason why we have recertification. How do you get recertified? You have 6 CDU categories. It's formal academic education. You can attend some course. What is known as professional development, professional activities. There are self-learning. You can read some books. There are some online courses that you can attend. There are volunteer services, professional experience. Each of these might have limited CDUs that you can claim. But, excuse me, essentially what you do is you list the number of hours that you spent in the last 3 years in each of these CDU categories, and it should add up to 60 CDUs, and you report that to IIB and you provide contacts, you can verify that you have completed these CDUs, and then you pay the fee. That's when you get the IIBA recertification completed. Okay, with that, we complete our very first lesson. Thank you for your cooperation. Congratulations. What did we study? What did we learn? So IIBA is the organization that sets standards for business analysts. It defines what is known as the BABOK. It defines the competency model. It also comes up with a set of certifications which will recognize your professional competence. If you have a membership with IABA, there are some benefits. If you complete CBAP, there are some benefits, both for you and for your organization. In order to prepare for the CBAP exam, you need to be very familiar with the BABO guide. You need to review the FAQs on the IABA website. You need to go through trainings, have a mentor, join a study group. We looked at how to apply for the exam. We looked at the exam eligibility criteria. We looked at the exam format, the exam blueprint, and the recertification process as well. So what are we going to cover in the rest of the class today? We will look at what is business analysis. We will look at a definition of business analysis. We will look at what does a business analyst do. We will look at the business analysis core concept model. We will look at the knowledge areas. We will look at the different types of requirements. We will look at requirements and designs. We will look at a list of competencies that a business analyst should have. We will not go through in detail. We'll just look at the techniques, right? There are 50 techniques. It will take us the entire course to cover all of them. So we won't go through them in detail. We will take a look at the techniques just so that you know that there are 50 techniques. We will look at the perspectives. We will go through the perspectives briefly, but not in too much of detail, because again, we will cover them in detail in the future classes. So that's the plan for the remaining 3 odd hours in our session. Okay, now, one of the biggest problem that we have, especially when it comes to developing and implementing software, is lack of clarity of what is it that we want to build, right? You can see some statistics on the screen. A number of software projects are failed because the requirements are either poor, they are not clear, they were ambiguous. There is a large amount of effort that is wasted because incorrect requirements were provided and they had to be corrected. A lot of money is being spent in fixing requirement errors, which becomes a major part of the rework that is involved in software development. Now, how can we fix these problems? Which is where you need to do business analysis with a set of standards which are defined by the business analysis body of knowledge, so that we have better business analysts who will then capture better requirements, which means better software products are being created. Okay, we will look at the key concepts of business analysis. Who is a business analyst? Business analyst core concept model, knowledge areas, requirements classification, requirements and design, and who is a stakeholder. First question, what is business analysis? Okay, anybody has a view on what is business analysis? Bridge between stakeholders and tech teams. That is a good answer, Akanksha. Thank you. Analyzing requirements. That's correct, Harish. Forecasting through business artifacts. Okay. Bridge between business and IT. That's a very good definition. Client and software people who helps to place the client requirement. Yeah, exactly. Any other views? Any other answers? Okay, I think okay. I think a couple of more. Enable change, yes. BAs are the ones who enable change, define needs to solutions, um, enhance value, yeah. Identify business needs and recommend solutions. That's very good, Ashish. Business research, BAs do business research. Finding the root cause of issue, find solutions for improvement, yes. Business needs and providing solutions to address business problems. That's a correct response as well. Okay, a number of good responses. The textbook definition, I think some of you almost gave the textbook definition, which is that business analysis is the process through which you enable the change, right? So there is a change that needs to happen. You enable that change. How do you enable that change? By defining the need and by recommending solutions that will address that need, right? I'll repeat. Business analysis is when you are enabling a change by defining the needs and recommending solutions. But then the question is, then what do we mean by change? What do we mean by need? And what do we mean by solution, right? We will see that in a minute. What do business analysts do? Business analysts perform the tasks that are described in Babok guide. They identify information. They speak with stakeholders. Many of you said they are the bridge between business and technology. So they speak with business teams in order to understand their business problems, their aspirations, their goals. They elicit these from their business stakeholders. They will then, somebody gave the example of root cause analysis. They might investigate a little bit further to understand what is the underlying causes of the stakeholder dissatisfaction or the stakeholder problems, and then identify what needs to be done, right? That's what a business analyst do, right? So they basically try and understand what is the problem that we are trying to address, or what is the opportunity that we are going to benefit from. How can we, what is the reason why that problem exists? What are the root cause of that problem? What is the root cause of that opportunity? How can we implement a change or a solution in order to benefit from that opportunity, or in order to address that problem? That is what a business analyst is. Okay, now what we will do is we will try and go through the key terms, or what is known as the business analysis core concept model, so that we have a, sorry, I don't know why this changes. We have a common understanding of these terms that we will use throughout the entire course for the next 9 days. The first is change. Okay, the change is the act of transformation in response to a need. Okay, let's take an example. Let's say I will use deliberately a non-technical example for everybody to understand, right? Now, need is a problem or an opportunity. Let's take a very non-technical example to understand what a need is, right? I live in Bangalore, right? If you have been to Bangalore, or if you know somebody in Bangalore, they will tell you one of the biggest problems in Bangalore is traffic, right? If you were to travel through traffic, if you were to travel through Bangalore, you are likely to get stuck in pretty bad traffic. So that is a problem, right? The problem that we have is the bad traffic in Bangalore. So we are unable to go to our office every day because it takes us 2 hours to cover 10 kilometers of distance in Bangalore. So the traffic problem is our need, right? We need to address the need. Now, what are the solution? What is a solution? Solution is a one way to satisfy the need, right? Now, what are the different ways in which you can address traffic problem in Bangalore? One is we can try and improve the public transport in Bangalore. So we can, so they are building metro in Bangalore. So the metro lines can be a way to address the traffic problem. They can improve the bus network. They can, another solution can be they can charge a congestion charge for some of the highly crowded areas in the more central areas. Another solution can be they can implement carpooling, right? Another solution can be the organizations in Bangalore can come together and agree that they will provide more work from home options for their employees. So each of these is a different solution that can address that particular need, right? Now let's take one particular solution. Let's say we go with public transport, right? What does that mean, right? So today we have certain level of public transport. We need to go to a level of public transport where everybody can comfortably travel from one place to another easily, comfortably, without having to use their personal transport. So that requires a number of things to be put in place. So you need to have metro lines, you need to have better bus transport, you need to have last mile connectivity, you need to have places where, like if it is a short distance, like a kilometer, you should be able to walk, right? That entire transformation of going from how the city is currently to how the city is to be in the future, where you can essentially go anywhere, either walking or through public transport, is the change. It involves possibly multiple solutions. It involves adoption of that solution as well, right? It is one thing to say that you implement, say, for example, a metro line, but people are like, okay, everybody else go by metro, I will continue to go by car, right? That is not going to solve the problem. So you need to drive that awareness and that adoption as well. So that's basically change, or that is the act of transformation in response to the need. Okay, now there is three more things. The first is that we will cover is a stakeholder, right? Stakeholder is somebody who is related to the change, need, or the solution, right? So if you take again the traffic problem in Bangalore, the need, everybody is related to the need, right? The entire public of Bangalore, the entire residents of Bangalore is related to that problem. So they are the stakeholders. Solution, people who build metros, people who the BMTC, which is the best operator in Bangalore, the metro operator in Bangalore, they are all stakeholders. The government, they are all stakeholders for the solution and for the change, right? So those are the stakeholders. Then what is context? Context is the circumstances that influence the decisions, the solutions. Like in the case of Bangalore, the circumstances that it is a very rapidly growing city, right? It is often called the Silicon Valley of India because of the large number of technology companies in Bangalore, and they are still growing, right? Because they are still growing, often what happens is that the infrastructure is unable to keep up with the pace of growth, right? So when you plan for the future, that context should be kept in mind, right? You should keep in mind that this is a rapidly growing city. So if you assume that the city will grow at a very, like the growth will stop, you cannot plan. When you are planning for the infrastructure, you cannot plan for the current city. You have to plan for the city in 5 years time, right? And in 5 years time, it would be probably double or triple the size depending on what growth rate you are going to provide it, right? So that is the context. Okay, so context is basically the circumstance that is going to impact the change that you are going to implement. The last is the value. Value is the usefulness of a change to a stakeholder within a context. So in Bangalore, it could be the ability of people to save maybe 2 hours of travel every day, amount of reduction in pollution. It could be reduction in fuel expenses. So number of different values can be attributed to a change. So value is the worth of a change to a stakeholder in a context. We will look at a few more examples. Okay, so there was a question. Stakeholder in your example can be traveler also, correct? Yes, that's correct, Sima. It can be a traveler as well. Okay, let's look at a couple of more examples. So we saw the 6 core principles, right? Let's look at an example. So there is a bank. The bank wants to launch a mobile banking app. Change. What is change? Change is a transformation from current state, which is the as is state, to the future state, right? What will be the change? Moving from a branch based service to a digital mobile banking, replacing existing manual loan approvals with automated approval system. So these can be examples of change. What is need? The customers of the bank are often waiting long hours in the queue in the branches. There is high operational cost because you need to maintain the branches. The competitors offer better digital services, so you are better off going to a different bank than your current bank, right? So these are the problems or opportunities that is motivating the change, which is moving from branch based service to a digital mobile banking. What is the solution? Develop a mobile banking application and implement an automated loan processing system. So these are solutions that you can implement. Who are the stakeholders? Customers, bank employees, IT team, compliance team, management. So these are all stakeholders for the mobile banking example. What is the value? Customers will get 24/7 banking access, reduced operational costs, faster approvals, like for things like loans, better customer satisfaction. These are all the value that the change can deliver. Now, what is the context of this, right? So, banking is often very highly regulated. So, you need to be in compliance with regulatory requirements. You need to make sure that the cyber security is taken care of. The fintech market is very competitive. So, it is there is an opportunity cost if you do not implement the mobile application, right? Uh, you might have an existing core banking system. So you might need to think of ways in which you can integrate with it, without which you will not be able to have the solution adopted and implemented. Okay, so that is the business analysis core concept model. We will continue to see this in the future. We will see again these 6 terms, make sure that you understand them. Now, we will take a look at the 6 knowledge area at a very high level. Okay, so the first knowledge area is called business analysis, planning, and monitoring. Before you do anything, you need to plan, correct? Let's say you want to clear the CBAP certification exam, right? What will you do? So you will create a plan. How will you create a plan? You will look at, okay, what are the things I need? I need 7,500 hours of experience. Do I have that? Yes. Okay. I need to document this 7,500 hours. Okay. How much time is it going to take? Okay. It will take me a week. Okay. So first is to document my experience. Then I need to get the PDUs, the professional development units. What do? I have to attend the Simplilearn CBAP course. Okay. So let me sign up for that. The course will be from this date to this date. So that's the second activity. The third is, okay, I need to read the Babok guide. So I'll go, it will take me, 2 months to read through. Okay, so I'll read it from this date to this date. And then I will review the material from Simplilearn, which will take me this many times. So it will go from this date to this date. And then I'll give some mock tests. And then I will do some revisions. So you will basically create a plan, which might be, let's say, from 6 months from today, I want to give the CBAP exam. In order to make that happen, I need to take these steps. This is my plan. These are the activities. This is the support I need. This is the money I need. This is the people whom I reach out to for mentoring or whatnot, right? This is what you do before you take up any activity, essentially, right? If you were to apply for a job, what you do is, okay, so this is I need to get my CV ready. I need to realize what kind of job I want. I need to understand what skills I have. I need to maybe attend some sessions. So these are the kind of planning that you do before any activity. You need to do that before business analysis as well. So business analysis, planning, and monitoring is the knowledge area that talks about the organization and coordination of activities that needs to happen before you do business analysis, and the performance assessment that happens after you complete the business analysis. Okay, so we will see a few tasks in it. There are 5 tasks. All of them are related to organizing and planning for the business analysis activities, as well as for getting the feedback once the activity is completed. Elicitation and collaboration, right? So in business analysis, you need to get information from your stakeholders, right? It could be what is their problem, what is their need, it could be what are their goals, it could be what is that happening today, it could be what is it that they want to happen at the end of the change. So you need to get a lot of information from your stakeholders. So that involves certain tasks, some techniques, some approaches, some tools. So all those are covered under this knowledge area, which is elicitation and collaboration. It also talks about how are you going to communicate the information that you collected from your stakeholders and make sure that you engage with them on an ongoing basis. Okay, that is elicitation and collaboration. Now, you planned for your business analysis activities. You collected some information from your stakeholders. You need to document that information. You need to make sure that when you document it in such a way that it is available throughout the life cycle of your project, as well as the solution that you are going to build, right? And as long as the solution is being used, your the information that you gathered should be maintained and should be available for people to refer to. The requirement lifecycle management knowledge area covers the tasks that you are going to use in order to maintain that information throughout the life cycle of the solution. Right. Now we looked at the 3 business planning, monitoring, elicitation, and requirement lifecycle management. What you need to do is also look at the bigger picture, right? Why are you doing the change? What is the need? What is the current state? What is the future state? What needs to be done in order to go from your current state to future state? So that big picture strategy is being done in strategy analysis. Okay, so this is a set of tasks that you are going to perform in order to understand the business need better, the business goals better, the strategy that you're going to go from current state to the future state, and to define the current and the future state. This will then lead you towards requirements analysis and design definition, where you will then break down the business need and the business goals into more detailed requirements that can be then modeled, specified, understood, validated, and verified, and then can be used by your development team to convert into solutions. And then finally, once some sort of solution is in place, you need to make sure that your solution is delivering the value it was expected to deliver. If it is not delivering the value it was expected to deliver, you need to understand why and come up with a set of recommendations in order to increase the level of value realization. Okay, I know I went through them slightly quickly, but we will cover each of them in a lot of detail. And we will go through them in detail in the future sessions. But I will take a look at, okay, let me cover the relationships between the knowledge areas, then I will take questions. The business analysis, planning and monitoring, requirement lifecycle management, and elicitation and collaboration are the overarching knowledge areas. So they are used in all of the remaining 3, right? The remaining 3 are iterative activities that basically kind of follows a sequence. So you start with the strategy analysis, where you define the need and the business goal. Then you break down that into detailed requirements. You model, specify those requirements. Then the solution is built. When the solution is built, you have some actual value that is delivered. That actual value is then evaluated in the solution evaluation. That will result in further needs that will then feed to strategy analysis, and then that will iterate until we have met the solution value that you were expecting to meet. Elicitation and collaboration is used in strategy analysis to understand current state, future state, to understand the business need, all those kind of stuff. In requirement analysis and design definition, to go through the detailed requirements, to review the requirement models, the specifications, all those kind of stuff. In solution evaluation, to understand how users are using their solution. Requirement lifecycle management is used to store information that is gathered from all of these three stages. Business analysis, planning and monitoring is used to plan these activities and to get feedback once these activities are completed. Okay, so I'll take questions before we move on to the requirement classification schema. Does context impact the solution more than the need, or the solution can still the need when context is no, you need to consider both. So the goal of the solution is to address the need, right? So you are going to your need is the traffic in Bangalore. So your solution should address the traffic in Bangalore, right? The context is that Bangalore is a growing city. So you cannot use the context to define the solution. Bangalore is a growing city, can result in a number of different solutions. That is not the goal of the project. The goal of the project is to address the need. The goal of the change is to address the need. So the solution should satisfy the need, but it should keep in mind the context, right? It is like saying, I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with cricket, right? The goal, if you are playing cricket, is to score more runs than your opposing team, right? But you will use different approaches when you are playing a test cricket versus a one-day 50-over match versus what is called a 2020 or a T20 match, correct? Because that is the context, right? The kind of match is the context. But the goal is always to score the maximum number of runs without losing as much wickets as you can, right? Hopefully that makes it clear. I know it's a little bit of a clumsy example, and I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with cricket. But essentially, context is what you bear in mind while you are trying to address the need. Okay? Context is the environment, right? Goal or need is the specific thing that you are trying to address. It's a problem or it's an opportunity, right? Like, for example, a problem can be that you have an online portal where you are trying to sell t-shirts. Let's say you are not able to sell enough t-shirts. People are coming to your site, but they are not buying t-shirts, right? That's a problem, right? So you are trying to find out a solution to address that problem. Now, the context is that it's an online shopping portal. There is a lot of competition, and people often browse without making a decision. Conversions are generally low. So these are examples of the context that you need to keep in mind while you are coming up with a solution. Okay, so requirements are basically what is that you want to achieve so that a certain goal can be met. Okay, so there are different types of requirements. You have business requirements. Business requirements are the high-level goals or high-level objectives or the outcomes that you want to achieve. For example, I want to reduce the traffic in Bangalore would be a business requirement, right? I want to reduce the number of people, or I want to increase the number of people using mobile application for transactions by 10%. That can be a business requirement. I want to reduce patient wait time by 10 minutes on an average. That can be a business requirement. Okay. So business requirement is the goal or the outcome that you are trying to achieve. Once you have the business requirements, you need to break that down into stakeholder requirements. Now, who are your we will look at what stakeholders are in later in the session, but stakeholders are basically people who are related to your change, need, or solution. So if you take the example of traffic, your stakeholders are your travelers, your public, your bus operators, the metro operator, the government. Now, each of them will have different goals. What is the goal of the traveler or the public? They want to travel comfortably at a cheap rate and quick, right? So that's their goal. What is the goal of a bus operator? They want to run an efficient and profitable business of running buses, right? What is the goal of metro? They want to run again a profitable metro business. What is the goal of government? The government wants to provide the best services to the people, right? So these are the stakeholder requirements. Then you have what is known as solution requirements. The solution requirements define what should the solution do. Okay, they can be two types. The first is called functional requirements. So functional requirements are basically the behaviors of the solution or the system. Non-functional requirements are what are known as the performance indicators. Okay, behavior could be that I want to be able to walk to any place within within 1 kilometer from where I am in Bangalore. At any place 1 kilometer from my place, I should be able to comfortably walk, right? So in order to achieve that stakeholder goal, you should have all streets should have well laid sidewalks, right, or footpaths, right? That's an example. The street should be tree laned so that you don't get exposed to too much of sunlight or you don't get hot. So these are solution requirements. Now you can have non-functional requirements as well, right? The sidewalks should be at least 3 feet wide, right? The best transport should have this many number of seats or this kind of safety requirements. All buses should be equipped with a emergency door. So these are not behaviors, these are performance attributes. And then finally you have transition requirements. So transition requirement is when you go from your current state to your future state. Once you are in the future state, you don't need transition requirements. So building best depots is an example of transition requirements. Building best lanes, building metro is again another example of a transition requirement. So that's basically the four types of requirements: business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, which includes functional and non-functional requirements, and transition requirements. Hopefully you can see the PDF file. Okay, business requirements, high-level statements that describe the business goals, objectives, outcomes that the organization wants to achieve. Examples: if you take a patient management system, we want to reduce patient wait times by 30% within 6 months, right? That's an example of a business requirement. Enable online appointment booking to improve patient experience. Ensure compliance with healthcare data privacy laws. HIPAA is a law, I think, in the United States, which deals with privacy laws in healthcare context, right? So these are examples in a hospital management system or a patient management system implementation. If you take an internet banking example, increase active users by 20%, provide 24/7 access to the banking services, reduce call center inquiries by 40%. So these are examples of business requirements. Now let's look at the same for stakeholder requirements, right? So stakeholder requirements are for specific stakeholders. If you take the patient management system, the receptionists need a fast way to register new patients without duplications. The doctors need access to their history. Patients want SMS reminders for appointments. Billing clerks need an automated bill generation. So these are examples of stakeholder requirements in this context. If you take an internet banking example, customers, the banking app should be intuitive, right? They should be able to figure out how to use it without guides and stuff like that. Bank tellers should be able to verify things from backend. Security officers needs audit trails so that they can track in case of any issues. Customer service representatives might want a dashboard. So these are examples of stakeholder requirements. Now we will look at solution requirements. You have functional requirements. In patient management system, you are allowing patients to register through mobile app, web portal, or a kiosk. You are enabling doctors to update patient health records. You automatically send appointment reminders, generate invoices. So these are all things that the system should do or the solution should do. So that is solution requirement. If you look at the non-functional requirement, the system should support 500 current users. The data should be encrypted. The system must have a certain percentage of uptime, right? If you look at the internet banking application example, users should be able to log in with multi-factor authentication. They should be providing fund transfer functionality. Real-time account balance should be there. Lock or unlock debit card or credit cards instantly. Non-functional requirements: load within 3 seconds. 10 minutes of inactivity should result in sessions timeout. 1 million daily transactions. So these are non-functional requirements. What are transition requirements? Examples: if you are implementing a patient management system, the hospital staff should be trained on it before 2 weeks, 2 weeks before go live. Existing patient records, which are in, let's say, in a book or in a paper and pen format, should be moved to the new system. There should be some kiosks for users to self-register at the hospital lobby. Set up a help desk, okay? And then if you take the internet banking example, you need to migrate existing customer accounts, 24/7 customer support after 6 months, security training for bank staff, phase to launch beta users before full release. So these are examples of transition requirements. So in order to sum up, business requirements are high-level goals. Stakeholder requirements are requirements for or needs of specific users. Functional requirements are system behaviors and features. Non-functional requirements are the performance and constraints of the system. Transition requirements are what you need to implement in order for you to go from your current state to your future state. But once you are in the future state, they are not relevant. Yeah. So the software requirement specification will focus on functional and non-functional requirements or the solution requirements, where you will look at the scope, which will be for your specific audiences, the definitions, the details, the roles, and the details of the solution that you are going to build. Again, it will also focus on functional requirements. So you will either create a FSD or an SRS. You won't create both. Okay, going back to the slides. So we have three documents. You have what is known as the BRD, the business requirements documents, which has both business and stakeholder requirements. You have the functional specification document or the solution requirement specification, which will have the actual solution requirements, both functional and non-functional requirements. I'll share the sample files for your reference. We will cover this last topic and then break for our short break. Okay, so what is the difference between requirements and designs, right? So let's say you want to build a house. What do? You will hire an architect, and what will you tell him? You will basically tell him that I want to build a house. I need 3 bedrooms. I need a living room. I need a kitchen. I need a dining room. All my 3 rooms should be attached. It should be only a single floor. I need a car porch where I can park my car. Yeah, so that's my requirement, right? The room should be fairly big. You provide, and I want a room. I want a house which is very airy, so there should be a lot of sunlight and wind and whatnot, right? So it should be those are your requirements, correct? So you provided the number of rooms, the size of the rooms, the number of bathrooms, the other specifications that you have. What will the architect do? He will draw a plan for your home, which will basically will have the number of bedrooms that you have asked for, the number of bathrooms, blah, blah, blah. And then he will show that. So that is the design. What you first explain to your architect is the requirement. He will draw a plan and show it to you. That is the design. You will look at and you will say, okay, I need some changes. Okay, you have kept it like this. I want these changes. So he will make those changes. He will again show it to you. You will look at it and say, okay, no, I need few more changes. And eventually you both arrive at a final design, which is when you start building and completing the house. The same thing is applicable for your requirements and design cycle, which is you first come up with the requirements. That requirements will be used to define the design. The design is then presented back to your stakeholders. They will then review it and they might say, okay, I know I told you this requirement, but looking at your design, I now think that this is what you should do. So you might tweak the design a couple of times, and that is when you finally arrive at the design. And this is not, when we say design, it is not a technical design, this is a business design, right? You have a problem. What is the business design that is going to solve that particular problem? The requirements are focused on needs, and the design is focused on the solution. They are done in a recursive fashion. So you first create requirements, then you create design, then use the design to review the requirements, and then you probably update the design, change the requirements, go through this a few cycles. Finally, you agree on a particular set of requirements and designs. So a stakeholder is, like I said, the formal definition is that a stakeholder is someone who is related to the change, solution, or need. But in essence, stakeholder is somebody whom you are likely to interact with on a regular basis as part of your project or initiative or change. These are the common categories of stakeholders that you will encounter in any project. You can see the first. So business analyst, that's yourself, it's at the center of the whole thing. The 5 stakeholders in orange on the right hand side of the slide, they are internal to the project. Then you have another 5 stakeholders who are represented in the light blue shade. On the left hand side, they are external to the project. Let's talk through what each of these are, right? So if you look at domain SME. So domain SME is SME stands for subject matter expert. So if you are implementing a project in which you are implementing, let's say, a mobile banking application, the domain is banking, right? So an SME or a subject matter expert is someone who is an expert in banking, right? So domain SME is somebody who is expert in the business that you are trying to solve a problem for. So in case of a patient management system, it is somebody who is familiar with hospital industry, right? In case of traffic management, there could be people who are experts in traffic management. So domain SME is somebody who is an expert in the business that you are trying to solve a problem for. Then you have tester. So tester is the person who will validate the solution to make sure that it meets the criteria that has been requested by the stakeholders. Okay, so tester does testing, right? I think somebody mentioned that they have been doing QA, which is another term for testing, quality assurance. We are making sure that the solution that we are going to build is having sufficient quality, it work as per expected. So that is done by tester, who's a stakeholder within the project. Then you have operational support. Once your solution is implemented, it needs an ongoing support that is carried out by operational support. Now, can anyone tell me? I'll continue the explanation, but using the chat box, can anyone tell me why do you think the operational support is a stakeholder in a project? Right? Okay. Then you have implementation SME. SME again here stands for subject matter expert. So what is implementation? Implementation is a solution implementation, right? So you are implementing a solution. So an implementation SME will be somebody who is an expert in the solution that you are implementing. So it could be a lead developer, an engineering manager, an engineering project manager, a lead technical BA. So they can have different titles, but essentially the definition is somebody who is an expert in the implementation of the solution. And then you have a project manager. So what does a project manager do? He is responsible for the end-to-end delivery of the project. So he plans, organizes, assigns, manages stakeholders, manages budget, timelines, scope. All those things are done by the project manager. So those are the 5 internal stakeholders for business analysis activity. For efficiency and reliability, operational support is needed. That is correct, because they know the operation. That is correct to validate. Right. So if you have a solution already in place, what happens is that operational support can provide you what are the most common challenges that users are facing when they are utilizing the solution. So that can be invaluable input. So operational support will have a lot of areas where they can provide a lot of inputs. Okay, now let's move on to the hopefully all the internal stakeholders are clear. Excellent. So let's move on to the external stakeholders. Supplier. So supplier is somebody who is providing an input into your project. Okay. So this can be a solution supplier. So for example, let's say you decide to implement what is known as an ERP or a CRM solution. So ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning, and CRM stands for um, Customer Relationship Management. So ERP and CRM are already available off-the-shelf solutions that you can buy from the market. So things like Microsoft or PeopleSoft or Oracle all provide, SAP, they all provide ERP and ERP solutions. Let's take ERP as an example, right? So for those ERP solutions, you need a supplier. So the supplier is your stakeholder, who is an external party to your project. Then you have a customer. You have a customer and also an end user. What do you think is the difference between a customer and end user? What is the difference between a customer and an end user? Customers are clients, okay? For banking, customer can be a client and end user can be cashier. Yes. End user is going to use the solution. Yes. You are very much bang on point. So customer is the one who uses the products and services of your organization, and the one who is actually rewarding you most of the times using money, and sometimes in other ways, but essentially they are the ones who are consuming your products and services. So if you take a bank, customers are the ones who deposits money or takes loans or perform banking transactions. The bank clients are the customers. End users can be customers. So for example, if you have an online banking solution, the customers are the end users. But sometimes the customers may not be the end users. So if the system is being built, like somebody mentioned, for a cashier in the bank, the end user is the cashier, not the customer. Okay. So in some scenarios, end user will be different from the customer. Who is an end user? End user, like many of you said, is the one person who is not the one person. End user is the one who is actually using the solution that we are going to build. Okay. So customer and end user are two other external stakeholders. Then you have sponsor. Typically, in organizations, when you have a project, it requires what is known as a funding. What is funding? Funding is you need to allocate a certain amount of money for the project, right? Or the initiative, right? That funding or budget needs to be secured by a senior individual or senior executive, right? Because they need to present the case that if you implement this online banking solution, that will help the bank achieve, let's say, $20 million of additional revenues in the next year. So they need to make that case and get that money. So those are the people who become sponsors. So they are the ones who are sponsoring the project. Okay. So they support you in delivering the project. So sponsor is the one who is providing the required organizational support in the form of budget, funding, senior management decisions, etc., for you to move forward with your project. The last is regulator. Now, regulator is an external stakeholder who regulates the industry in which you are operating. Okay, so depending on the industry, there are a number of different regulators. So, for example, if you are somebody who is involved in the US stock exchange, there is a regulator called SEC. Okay, Securities Exchange Commission. So you need to adhere to their regulatory requirements. If you do not, then you might be fined for breaching regulatory requirements, right? If you are an airline in the US, you need to adhere to the regulatory requirements put out by FAA, Federal Aviation Agency. So if you do not, then your license could be revoked, you might be penalized, right? So if you are going to implement a new change in a particular context, you need to make sure that you understand who is the regulator in that context and what are their regulatory requirements for the specific project that you are implementing. So that is the last stakeholder, who is external stakeholder. So we have 5 internal stakeholders stakeholder groups and 5 external stakeholder groups. Users are who actually take the benefit. Yes, okay, that's correct. Business owner is customer. Yeah, it could be business owner if you are doing the if you are building the solution for the business owner, then it is the customer, and shopper, the one who actually utilizes it, will be the end user. Could you please come again on customer in this particular slide? Customer, so for any organization that you are doing the work for, there is one set of users who are using the products and services of the organization, not the specific solution that you are building, not necessarily the specific solution that you are building, but the products and services offered by the business. If you take the example of a hospital, customers are patients, correct? Because they are the ones who are enjoying the benefits of the healthcare that is provided by the hospital, right? If you take the example of a bus operator, customers are the passengers, right? Because they are the ones who are enjoying the benefits of the product that is offered by the bus operator. If you are taking the example of a bank, the customers who make deposits, withdrawals, loans, credit cards, debit cards, so they are the customers, because they are the ones who are consuming the services and the product and services offered by the bank, right? That is the customer. Most of the time, they are the ones who essentially end up paying as well. Like if you are a patient in the hospital, you are the one who is paying, right? Now, the reason why that is important is end user is sometimes the customer. Like if you are using a bank internet application or a bank mobile application, you are an end user as well, in addition to being a customer. But there could be systems within a bank which are used by internal bank employees. So those bank employees are effectively the end users. They are not the customers, they are the employees, but they are the end users. Okay. If you take the example of ERP, I might buy an ERP solution from you. So I am the customer, but the ERP solution is used by either my clients or my employees. So they are the end users. So there can be different scenarios where customers and end users can be different. Hopefully that answers your question. Who had asked that? Tirthendu. Yeah, okay. Sometimes end user, then customer. Correct, exactly. Sometimes both are end user and customer are the same, but not always. Sometimes cashier could be the end user. One example and get to know all stakeholders, internal and external. Okay, I can do that. So if you take, if you imagine you are implementing a solution for patient management system in a hospital, a domain SME will be an expert in healthcare. Somebody who is either a doctor or somebody who is a hospital administrator with significant amount of experience. Tester will be somebody from the technical implementation team who does the testing. Operational support will be the team that performs the support of the PMS or the patient management system once it is implemented. Implementation SME can be the lead developer or the lead project manager or the engineering manager of the technology team that is developing the patient management system solution. Project manager is the project manager who is managing the project. Supplier, in some scenarios, supplier can be resource supplier. So you could have someone like a consultancy service who might be providing you people who work on building the solution. So they can be a supplier. it could be the infrastructure supplier. So, for example, if you use AWS, which is the Amazon cloud platform, or the Google cloud platform, they could be the suppliers. In some scenarios, there is no supplier needed because you are not you are building everything in house. So in that case, you don't need a supplier. Now, customer is patients. Sponsor is a senior executive within the hospital organization who arranges funding and support for your project. End user is either the customer if they are registering themselves, or a hospital employee who might be registering the customer or the patient on his or her behalf. Regulator, you can say something like FDA, Food and Drug Administrative Agency. Depends on the country and the setup. Not all projects have a regulator. Not all projects have all these stakeholders, but these are the ones that you need to watch out for. Hopefully that answers your question, Diksha. What is the difference between ERP and CRM? It's not really relevant to our topic, to be honest, Ashima. I just took those as an example. So ERP is enterprise resource planning. It is used for things like internal, like making procurement. So if you want to buy things, if you want to make payments, those kind of stuff. CRM is for maintaining customer relationships. So ERP is used by operations within an organization. CRM is typically used by sales and customer service. Right? But that's all you need to know from our scope perspective. Okay. Any other questions, or we will move to I am working in an insurance domain. May I request you to differentiate who are the customers? It depends on exactly what you are doing in the insurance domain, Harish. So, for example, let's say you make a platform where your customers can enter their details, then get an instant quote. Can you tell me who is the customer in this scenario and who is the end user in this scenario? Yes. Who is the end user? Customer is basically the one who is planning to buy the policy. Who is the end user? No. The end user is the customer. So basically what we are saying is that we have a platform. I am a customer, or I want to be a customer of your insurance company. So I come to your insurance website. I enter my age, whether I smoke or not, whether I drink or not, if I have any diseases, etc. Then it gives me a policy quote, right? So I am the customer. I am the end user of this particular system, right? You are basically implementing a new solution for which I am both the customer and the end user. Now imagine a slightly different scenario where you are implementing a solution for the field agents who, instead of the customers coming to them, will go to the customers, ask for their details, enter the information, and the quote will get generated for the field agent, right? In this scenario, who is the customer? The customer is still the same, but the end user is different. The end user in this example is the field agent, right? So in some scenarios, like again, you need to be very clear on the exact scenario or the solution that we are talking about. It is solution specific. In the hospital example itself, when you are providing a solution for the patient to register themselves, the end user and the customer are both patients. When you are creating a solution for the staff to register the patients, the customer is still the patients, but the end user is the staff. Okay. Yeah, many customers in B2B. Should BA identify all the stakeholders, especially the supplier in case of product implementation? Identify which one would be the supplier, who would assist if BA is not able to implementation SME. Yeah, you would get the assistance of implementation SME, but effectively you need to make sure that you identify all the stakeholders. So one of the things that we will cover tomorrow is stakeholder management, plan stakeholder management. The first step in planning stakeholder management is identifying the stakeholders. So you need to identify all the stakeholders, right? The project manager can help you with that. The implementation SME or can help you with that. The sponsor can also help you with that. But as a BA, you should always understand who are your stakeholders and what is their role, what is their influence, etc. So we will cover that in stakeholder analysis and identification, Niket. Okay, so with that, let's get into competencies. Okay, so there are 6 categories of competencies. So the first is analytical thinking and problem solving skills. Second is behavioral characteristics. Third is business knowledge. Fourth is communication skills. Fifth is interaction skills. And the last is tools and technology. So we will look at each of these groups in detail. First is analytical thinking and problem solving. Okay, so business analysis, as the name itself suggests, is an analysis activity. Now, what is analysis? Analysis is your ability to break something down into smaller chunks and understand what is happening and come up with ways to solve problems. Okay, so that is a critical competency for a business analyst. Now, there are a number of sub skills. So you should have creative thinking. You should understand how to generate new ideas and new approaches to solve the same problem, right? You should be quick to learn. Again, you should be able to absorb information fairly quickly. Most of the times, what happens is that you are put in vastly different projects. Like I've done quiet projects where initially I had no idea what about the domain that I was working on. So you will be expected to learn the business and the domain fairly quickly. So ability to learn is a key skill. Conceptual thinking. What is conceptual thinking? Your ability to look at information that is presented to you and understand what are the first principles and understand what are the different concepts that are related to this particular problem and think in those terms is conceptual thinking. So, and you should be able to have that conceptual thinking. Decision making. Again, there is a standard way in which you make decisions, which is we will cover some of those techniques later on. But effectively, you will look at, okay, this is the problem. What are the different ways in which I can solve this problem? And what are the different criteria that I will use to evaluate these options? So that's kind of decision making. Problem solving, visual. What is visual thinking? You should be able to represent problems, solutions, processes, everything in the form of a visual representation so that you can communicate that easily to your stakeholders. And finally, system thinking. System thinking is there are different systems or people's processes and technology that interact with each other to get things completed. You should be able to understand that interactions better and communicate those interactions so that you understand what are the boundaries of these interactions. As a rule, what I follow is that anything related to the topic at hand, we will address right now. But anything which is more generic, let's keep to the end so that we don't break the flow. How can we visually represent the concepts? Let's take an example, right? I think we already discussed a patient enrollment process. Okay, so you are working on implementing a solution for a hospital. You go there and you talk to the people who does the enrollment of patients. They explain to you how they are doing it, right? Now they explain to you that the patient comes to the hospital, we give them a form, they fill up the form, they come and they fill it up, they give it back to us, we enter that into the system and then create a invoice. They pay the invoice and we complete the registration, right? So this is a process that we have understood from the staff. Now you can easily represent this in the form of a flow chart. You can represent this in the form of a process map. You can represent it in the form of a use case diagram. Some of these techniques we will discuss in our future sessions, but you should be able to, at the very least, you should be able to put it in the form of a simple flow chart. Step 1, customer comes in, fills the form. Step 2, the staff inputs information into the system. Step 3, invoice is generated. Step 4, the payment is done by the customer. Step 5, the payment reference and the receipt and the registration ID is handed over to the customer or the patient, right? So that's how you visually represent the concept, Purva. So for analytical thinking, do we need to represent in the form of any tools to stakeholders in case of the tools are not necessarily the most important thing. The representation is, right? So you can use something as simple as Word or a PowerPoint, or you can use more complicated tools like Visio, Figma, etc. But the story and the narrative that you are able to communicate with very simple diagrams is the important thing, right? The tools are less important than what is it that you are trying to convey to your stakeholder. So if you were to explain a process to somebody, you can do that easily in a PowerPoint or in a Word document, and people will be able to completely understand that. Only if it is a very complex project where you have, I don't know, 200 steps, right? Then you need more advanced tools like Visio, because there are so many back and forths and stuff like that, which may become slightly complex for you to represent in some of the simpler tools. But 90% of the time, the process flows or the visual representation will be simple enough to do in simple tools like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc. Okay, hope that answers your question, Harish. Previous slide and this slide. Color coding is correlated to write or done by the same group to execute a project. No, there is nothing to be, there is no significance to the color coding. It is just random. Okay, Tirthendu? It is not. Ethics and organization management are not in one group and the other three are not in another group. It is just they have used color. We have used colors just to make it slightly easy to look at. Okay, so the second set of characteristics is behavioral characteristics. So the first is ethics, right? What is ethics? Ethics is your ability to stick to commitments and rules. So basically, if you say you will start a meeting at 10 o'clock, be there at 10 o'clock, be there at 9:55. If you say you will complete a document on Friday, try and complete it by Thursday. If you say, I will spend some time reviewing this. Make sure that you spend some time reviewing this. So that is how you basically develop that work ethic. And this is, I think, behavioral characteristics are not just for business analysis. For any work that you do, this is extremely critical, and this will make the biggest difference than you can imagine, than any technical skill that you have, right? Your ability to build that relationship with your stakeholders by being trustworthy, where whatever you promise them, you deliver. You be accountable. So you say that I'm going to complete a documentation, in certain amount of time. Make sure that you do that. You say I will send an update on Friday. Make sure that you send an update on Friday. Make sure that, so it also involves high levels of organization and time management, because let's say you need to create a BRD, right? You need to be able to understand how much time it is going to take, and then make sure that you also put in some amount of buffer for unforeseen conditions, and then commit to it. And once committed, don't waver, right? Make sure that you look at correct priority. And then as a BA, you will work in various different environments, right? So you might work with people who wants projects to move at pace. You might work with teams where things are a little bit more laid back. You should be able to adjust and adapt yourself to the environment where you are working on. Okay, I think behavioral characteristics are fairly straightforward. Let me know if there are any questions. If not, we will move to business knowledge. Okay, business knowledge is nothing but domain knowledge. You should try and develop business acumen. You can, if you can undergo some business trainings, that would help. So things like what is a balance sheet, what is revenue, what is cost, what are the different business models. So if you can understand that, that will help you to understand the problem that you're trying to solve better. If you have specific industry knowledge, that will help as well. So for example, I have always been working in banking. I have always been work within the corporate side of banking, right? So there is always the retail side of banking, but I work more on corporate side of banking. So because of that, I'm more familiar with than anything else. That's industry knowledge. Someone else I know has worked her entire career in aviation. So that's another industry knowledge. So having understanding of your specific industry, somebody who might be working in e-commerce might be an expert in e-commerce. So having that industry knowledge is going to help you as a BA. Having organizational knowledge, right? If you are already working in an organization, knowing how that organization works, what kind of processes, policies they follow, what management structure they follow, that can be useful. Solution knowledge. If you are working on a specific product, let's say you're working in finance, right? You're working on a specific system, but you are not working it in the sense of a project or a business analyst activity. Yeah, you are a user of that system, but you are an expert user on that system. So that can help you to understand business analysis activities better. The last is methodology. So knowing what kind of different methodologies are being used. So we will cover agile versus waterfall, or predictive versus adaptive, as the Babok refers to it later. But having that methodology knowledge is also quite critical. Now, I think one of the common questions that I get, especially on the introductory sessions, is how do I, with so and so experience, will be able to move to so and so in so and so industry, would be able to move to a business analyst role? And the answer is always capitalize on your domain, your business, your industry, and your organizational knowledge, sometimes even your solution knowledge, to move to a BA role. Okay, the next set of competencies are communication skills. The first is verbal communication skills. It is extremely important. The biggest impact that you will make is in your interactions with your stakeholders. You should be able to get information out of them, and you should be able to communicate ideas to them. Non-verbal communication will help you build your relationship with your stakeholders, which will make things like getting information, getting sign-offs, etc., much more easy. Listening is equally important, probably even more important, because most of us don't know how to listen properly. So listening can help a BA to capture information accurately. um, Traditionally, written communication is extremely important, but I think it is now becoming slightly less thanks to all the generative AI tools that are available. You can essentially rely on them to tidy up what you are writing, but you should have some amount of written communication skills as well. So next we will look at interaction skills. So the first one is facilitation. So facilitation is the ability of a business analyst to moderate discussions within a group. So a lot of the business analysis requirement gathering will happen in what are called workshops. So we will cover workshops as a technique, but we should be able to facilitate that discussion, right? What does it mean to facilitate? You should be able to steer them in the right direction. You need to stay on the topic of discussion, avoid side track, side conversations, avoid digressions. So that ability to keep the group on that point is is the key skill of facilitation. Leadership and influencing. As a BA, you will have to influence a lot of people over whom you have no power whatsoever. In fact, a lot of the people from whom you need things will be significantly more senior than you are in the organization. So typically, you will be working with fairly senior executives. They will have to provide you information, they will have to provide you sign offs. You need to manage their conflicts much better. So your ability to influence them is going to be a critical skill. Teamwork. Business analysis is a team effort. You need to work closely with the business teams, technology teams, your own project team very well. Negotiation, your ability to agree how the requirements are going to be prioritized, how the requirements are going to be implemented, will involve significant amount of negotiation. And finally, you will be expected to do a lot of trainings. Your ability to teach is going to be a critical skill as well. That brings us to the last set of competencies, which is tools and technology skills, right? So the first set of tools is office productivity tools. If you go and check the job descriptions set out by employers for hiring business analysts, you will see you should be well versed in Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc., as a requirement in most of them. So you should be quite comfortable using these productivity suite of applications. And then there are business analysis tools such as Visio, Figma, CorelDRAW. There is a number of different modeling tools that you can use. You should be comfortable using those as well. And then there are communication tools, email, your messenger applications, collaboration applications like SharePoint, etc. Your level of comfort with that can also help you be a good BA. Okay, that completes our section on competencies. This can help you in two ways. There could be questions on this in CBAP. It can also help you to do a benchmark on yourself as to, okay, where do I stand in terms of my communication skills? What can I do in order to improve my verbal communication skills, my influencing skills, so that I can be a better BA. Yeah. Okay. So we will take a quick peek at the techniques, because there are 50 techniques. We will go through each of these as part of our knowledge areas. We will look at what each of these technique is. We spoke about, I think, decision analysis and decision modeling. We spoke about stakeholder analysis a couple of minutes back. We spoke about process modeling and process analysis. Yeah, so these are some of the ones which we already discussed in terms of some of the techniques that we will look at in the future. But we will go through all these in due course. The last topic for lesson 2 is business analysis perspectives. Okay, so first point is, what is a perspective? Before that, is there any question on techniques? I hope not. We will cover them in detail. Okay, good. No questions. Okay, so what is a perspective? So perspective is a very specific context in which business analysis activities are being carried out. Okay, so these are, so in general, we will talk about in the first part of the course, when we speak about the knowledge areas, we are going to speak about business analysis in general, which covers all sorts of scenarios. And then towards the end, we will look at perspectives. So perspectives are specific contexts in which the business analysis activities are carried out. They are not mutually exclusive. For example, agile and business intelligence doesn't mean that if you are doing business intelligence, you are not doing agile. They often have overlaps. Okay, you could engage in more than one perspective at a time. There are 5 perspectives. So let's look at them, and that will help you understand what perspectives are as well. Now, agile. Now, what is agile? I'm sure all of you have heard the term agile. What do you understand by agile? And what used to happen in the past is you will do a detailed requirement for a project, right? Then you will do a design for the entire project. You will then develop, test, and then go live. This is what used to happen in the past, which is also called the waterfall model. Now, what has changed is, instead of doing this, what you do is you do the most critical few requirements. You will then design that, you will develop that, test that, and then you will go live. Parallelly, you will also collect the next set of requirements, design it, develop it, test it, and go live. And then repeat this again and again and again and again, right? Basically, the idea is there is a usable solution significantly early for your customers, and then you continue to improve it until you reach your final solution. The problem with the first approach was that until you reach this particular point here, the users do not get any solution at all. They get documentation. Whereas the focus in Agile is that you deliver working software early to your users so that they can provide feedback which can be implemented in the next cycles. So that essentially you look at this in the form of cycles, right? So you have the first agile cycle. I don't know why I'm not. You have the first cycle where you deliver the first iteration. Then you have the next cycle where you improve upon that delivery. Then you have the next cycle where you improve upon that. So thereby you evolve the product over a period of time. So this is called agile. Okay. Now, in business analysis, the first perspective is agile perspective. So the first thing is an agile mindset. So agile mindset is when you understand the focus of agile perspective or agile delivery is to deliver incremental value early on, um, uh, working software, so that the customers can provide feedback, and that feedback can be iteratively implemented into the solution. There are a set of agile values and principles. You can go to the agile manifesto. It will give you the detailed values and principles. You elaborate the business requirements progressively. So like we saw in the picture, we will start with requirement for some features. You design and develop and test that. Meanwhile, you start picking up the next set of requirements, and then next set of requirements, so on and so forth. Okay. The question is, how is business analysis going to be different if you are implementing it in an agile perspective? We will see that when we are discussing the agile perspective. Right? A business analyst is a member of the agile team. Okay. Second perspective is business intelligence. What is business intelligence? Business intelligence is the perspective in which insights are provided to the business to make decisions in order to achieve their goals. So, for example, let's say you are a bank and you want to decide what kind of loans should be approved. So, you can use past loan data and the corresponding information from a new loan application, and then make a recommendation that, okay, given these parameters, we should approve this loan or we should deny this loan. Or we can look at clickstream data to say, in this particular page, the checkout button should be slightly higher for easy checkout for our customers. So that kind of a project where the goal or the outcome is to analyze a large set of data, and based on that data, come up with a recommendation, which is a business insight for the business to take action, is called a business intelligence perspective project. The decision could be either tactical. So, for example, should we increase the price or reduce the price? It could be strategic, like we want to introduce a new product into the market, or it can be operational, where you make decisions like we should change the process slightly. Is that clear? Business intelligence perspective. Okay, the next is information technology perspective. So I think when we discussed what is a business analysis activities, or who is a business analyst, the most common answer I think was a bridge between business and IT, which is exactly the case in information technology perspective, because this perspective deals purely with implementation of information technology projects, which is the most common area where all BAs work. Now, some of these IT projects follow an agile methodology, so there is an overlap between agile and information technology. But traditionally, information technology used to be the most common area where BAs used to work. Now, what kind of changes are happening here? What is the context here? So every organization needs to often implement new information technology systems or upgrade existing information technology solution. And the role that the BA plays in this perspective is that of a interpreter or a translator, because the business talks business language, technology talks technology language, just to make sure that they are able to understand each other. The business analysts will work in the middle to make sure that the project is delivered successfully. Okay. All right. The next perspective is business architecture. Okay, what is business architecture? If you think of an organization, it has different components, right? So it will have marketing, it will have operations, it will have sales, it will have financial management, it will have so business architecture is basically, instead of looking at a part of the organization, it look at the entire enterprise to understand how various elements come together to deliver value and suggest strategic organizational or enterprise level changes which can increase the value that the organization is delivering and achieve its objectives. Okay, so for example, you would sometimes, if those who have worked in organizations might have noticed that sometimes organizations will restructure slightly differently. So for example, there is an organization which was always structured by geographic geographically, yeah. So you had Americas, Asia, India, UK, etc. They do an analysis and they realize a better organizational structure would be if we do it by product. So they decide that they are going to target specific products. So they are going to structure the organization according to their products that they are going to deliver. So that's an example of a business architecture initiative and the outcome that we are trying to look for. Okay, so what is business architecture? Business architecture is when you look at people, process, technology end to end at an enterprise level and come up with recommendations as to what to change in order to achieve the strategic goals of the organization. Can you give another example for business architecture? Sure, Nitisha. So imagine you want to start a new business. Okay, so let's say you want to start a new laundry business. Okay, where you collect clothes from your customers, you take it to a centralized what do you call, go down, where you launder it, dry clean it, whatever, and then you send it back to the customers. Now, what are the things that should be in place for this? So you should have a marketing in place. You should have operations in place to collect the clothes, launder it, to send it back. You should have some sort of financial management. You need to make sure that you have sufficient money to run the operations, to pay your employees. Are you going to collect it all yourself, or are you going to come up with a franchise model where different people can collect it for you and you simply centrally run the laundry? So that kind of a question as to how are you going to implement this service end to end at an enterprise level is a question that needs to be addressed through a business architectural review. Okay, so you are not looking at one part of the organization, you are not looking at one problem, you are looking at an organization as a whole and looking at what all changes should be made in various parts in order for the organization to achieve its goal. It might involve restructuring, it might involve new technical platform, it might involve new processes, it might involve new business model itself. So excellent. That takes us to the last perspective, which is business process management. So business process management is when you are purely looking at a process, right? There is no technology change involved. You look at a specific process. So let's say you are working in Amazon and you are looking to reduce the average time taken to deliver the products that are ordered by customers. Okay, what will you do? You will look at the end-to-end process. I, as a customer, places an order. The order goes to a team. That team will then, depending on the right category, will send to a particular godown or a fulfillment center. They will then take the product, send it to a different fulfillment center, which is en route to the place where I am, and they will then send. So you will map this whole thing out, and then you will ask, okay, what is it that we can do so that we can reduce the time taken to deliver this? So it could be that instead of somebody forwarding it, you automate it. That would result in faster delivery of the instructions. It could be that you build 10 new godowns in places where these products are getting ordered very frequently. So these kind of changes are called business process management changes. Okay, in this perspective, the business analyst will evaluate the business processes and come up with recommendations on how to change or improve the business process, which is the Introduction to Business Analysis Body of Knowledge version 3 guide. We started by defining what is business analysis. We said that business analysis is enabling change by defining needs and recommending solutions. Then we moved on to the business analysis core concept model. There were 6 concepts in the business analysis core concept model, which were change, which is an act of transformation in response to a need, which is a problem or an opportunity, solution, which is a way of satisfying one or more needs. Context is the environment in which the solution or the need is being addressed. Stakeholder is somebody who is related to the change, solution, or the need. And finally, value is the worth of a particular solution in a context. And then we took a look at the knowledge areas. We learned that there are 6 knowledge areas. So the first is business analysis, planning, and monitoring, where we plan the overall business analysis activities as well as the performance assessment of business analysis. The second is requirements lifecycle management, which is used to manage information collected throughout the life cycle of the solution. Then there is elicitation and collaboration, which is used to gather information from stakeholders and manage the ongoing collaboration with them. There is strategy analysis, which defines the need and the business goals, and also focuses on defining the current and the future state. Requirement analysis and design definition will help us to specify and model requirements as well as validate and verify them. Finally, solution evaluation helps us to evaluate the solution against the expected benefits and then recommend actions to improve the value of the solution. Then we looked at the requirement analysis, the requirement schema. We learned about business requirements, which is the high-level goals and objectives that you are trying to achieve. Then we looked at the stakeholder requirements, which are the business requirements broken down from the perspective of the various stakeholders. Then we looked at the solution requirement, which included both functional and non-functional requirements. Functional requirements are the behaviors of the system. Non-functional requirements are related to performance. And then finally, we learned about transition requirements, which are used when we are moving from the current state to the future state. Then we also learned about requirements and designs. We learned that requirements are focused on need and designs are focused on the solution. We looked at the stakeholders. We learned about the 10 different stakeholders. We then went through the competencies. There were 6 different groups of competencies. We then had a glance at the techniques, the 50 techniques, which we will cover through the course. We also took a look at the 5 perspectives. The perspectives are agile, business intelligence, information technology, business architecture, and business process management. From business analysis approach, you can use these guidelines. So business analysis performance assessment will provide you feedback from the past, which will help you to make better approaches or better planning. Stakeholder engagement approach will tell you who needs to be involved in business analysis approach. Business policies, so there could be existing policies that might be guiding you. So for example, there are some organizations where if the budget of the project is more than a certain value, then you have to follow a certain approach or a certain delivery plan, etc. There might be existing directions around methodologies within the organization. And then there is expert judgment, which is basically you need to, based on your experience, you need to pick up which approach or which methodology to follow. So these are the guidelines and tools that you can follow while you are defining the business analysis approach. And there are a number of techniques that you can use. I won't read through, but you have some of these techniques we will cover. In fact, all of these techniques we will cover later in the class. But for now, let's take a look at one of the techniques, which is lessons learned. When you are running a project, what you do is as often as you can, at the very least once at the end of the project, sometimes more frequently, sometimes maybe at the end of an iteration if you follow a agile process, what you do is you do something known as a lessons learned. In agile, it is also called retrospective. Both are exactly the same. What do you do when you do a lessons learned or a retrospective? You are basically having a conversation with your stakeholders to identify what went well, what are the things that went really well, what are the successes in the last period that you are discussing, what are the areas where we probably need to do better, and what are the things that went really bad, and what are the recommendations that we have in order for us to implement these projects or iterations better in the future, right? So that is the idea of a lessons learned session. Okay. It is also known as a retrospective. Like I said, in agile it is called retrospective. It can be formal lessons learned where you document everything and everything is properly completed and stuff like that. Or it can be very informal where you have a very casual conversation where you discuss, okay, what are the things that we can do better. One key point is that it should not always focus purely on what went wrong. It should focus both on positive experiences and successes as well, so that you can continue to do what went right. Now, one challenge that you have is that some people may be very reluctant to say things that didn't go well. Some people may too eager to share things. Okay, so that's basically the lessons learned technique. And how are you going to do the lessons learned technique. So the lessons learned can be on the business analysis activities. So you did a requirement gathering session, you did an elicitation session, you can do a lessons learned on that. It can be on the deliverables. So you created a BRD, you can get feedback on that. It can be on the final solution. So you created a new website for style cart. So you after that you have a conversation with your stakeholders to understand what went well and what needs to be improved. It can have an impact to the organizational processes. So, for example, you might agree that okay, going forward, we will define requirements much more in a detailed fashion and get that agreed with the stakeholders so that there is no ambiguity in that. There might be, it might impact your performance expectation and performance results. It could have a positive or a negative variant. So you were expecting the requirements to be complete. It was much better than what you expected, or it could be worse than you expected. Wherever there is an impact on performance, you will evaluate the root cause and then you will provide recommendations for improvement. So that's the lessons learned technique. To sum up, lessons learned is a technique where what you do is you ask your stakeholders what is it that about the project or the deliverable or the iteration that went well, what are the areas where we might require some improvements, and you document them and provide recommendations as to how to address those areas of improvement. Okay, the stakeholders who are involved in planning business analysis approach are domain SME, project manager, sponsor, and regulator. So these are the stakeholders that you need to engage in order to complete your business analysis approach. Okay, that concludes the first task. Lessons learned process with all the stakeholders. Yes, so all the stakeholders will be involved in the lessons learned session so that they can all provide their feedback or their things that you can improve. You decide the deliverables, you decide the timeline for it, you decide the tasks and activities, and then you get all these agreed with your stakeholders. Kapil, I'm not sure if you were there in the session yesterday. We covered BRD yesterday. BRD stands for Business Requirements Documents. I have provided a sample in the additional materials for yesterday, and it is also covered in a slide yesterday, so you can probably refer to that. At a high level, it is a document where both business requirements and stakeholder requirements are documented by a business analyst. We learned who are stakeholders. Now, one thing which often people do not give enough stress to, the success of your project depends on how engaged are your stakeholders. So their engagement and their contributions will drive the success or failure of your project. And as a BA, your ability to engage with your stakeholders will define how good of a BA you are. Okay, so planning stakeholder engagement is the task in which you look at your stakeholders and understand who are your stakeholders, identify your stakeholders, and then you plan an approach so that you can maintain an effective relationship with your stakeholders. Okay, so the inputs into these tasks are the needs, which is basically what you are trying to achieve. So in our style card, the fundamental need is to increase the digital sales or the online sales for style cart. The BA approach, we already agreed, we are going to do adaptive, etc., etc., etc. So you take both those and then you look at, okay, who are my stakeholders and what are their characteristics? Okay, those information, when represented in the form of a document, will become what is known as a stakeholder engagement approach. Okay, which is the output of this particular task. Right, let's look at the elements. So the first is you will perform what is known as a stakeholder analysis. Right? How do you do a stakeholder analysis? You identify who all are the stakeholders. right? So we discussed who all are the stakeholders in our Unilever canteen order management system, right? Employees are some stakeholders. So what category of stakeholders are they? They are the end users of your product, right? um, Canteen staff are another set of stakeholders. They are also your end users of your product. Management, the Unilever management, they are a stakeholder, but they are more likely on the sponsor side of the role, right? You might have a project manager, you might have a domain SME, so that could be a senior staff within the canteen. So they might work as a domain SME because they are familiar with how the entire ordering is happening today. So they might act as a domain SME. You might have some developers or lead developers or IT project managers who might work as the implementation SME. You might decide that instead of implementing a website upfront, you might procure some sort of a workflow tool from a vendor. So they might become your stakeholders, like a supplier. Um, you might have a support team that supports your current system, or you might want to implement a support team in the future. So that becomes the operational support. You might need testers, so they become your testing teams. That the testers will become your stakeholders. So you identify all the stakeholders that you need to involve in your project, right? Then you look at their attitudes. What do we mean by attitude? So some of these people might have a very positive attitude towards your project, right? So the management might be very eager to get the whole thing implemented, but your canteen staff may be okay, that this will result in lesser staff, or this is the project might include additional work for me, so they may not be that eager. The current system is working, why do we need all these kind of things? So they may not be that eager, so they might have a very negative attitude towards the project. So you will do that analysis to understand, okay, what they think about the project, what they think about the business analysis activity. Then there is decision making authority. So some of these people can make decisions. So management is probably having the highest level of decision making power. So they can say, okay, we are going ahead with the project, or we are not going ahead with the project, or we will go ahead but with limited amount of funding. We will go ahead but we won't enforce certain facts of it. So all those kind of decisions lie with some stakeholders. So you need to identify that. And each stakeholder will have a level of influence or a level of power. Employees, if you take the average employee, will have limited power. The management, on the other hand, will have high amount of power. Within the management, there could be different teams. There could be an operations team. There could be an HR. So each of them will have certain levels of influence. We need to identify that. So that's the first task, or the first component of the first element of stakeholder engagement, which is to perform stakeholder analysis. Okay, once you do the stakeholder analysis, you need to decide what are the stakeholder communication needs, right? Now you decide to go ahead with building the application or canteen order management system. um, what do you think are the stakeholder communication needs for employees? How frequently should you provide an update on this order management system to employees? You are building an order management system for employees to order their food, their lunch in your company, in your organization. Would you, like, for example, once the requirements are complete, would you send out a communication to all the employees saying that, okay, we are building this, these are the requirements, please review and let us know? No, correct. Yeah, because that is not required, right? Because they only would probably require, once you are launching it, they need some training, and they need to know that um, we are going to go ahead with this. There might be a representative from the employees who might provide you requirements, but beyond that, so they may work as like a default domain SME kind of thing. Other than that, you don't have to engage with all the employees. The same again with canteen staff. You don't need to inform them about the progress, etc. So there might be some representative who will act as a domain SME. They will be involved in stakeholder updates. Now, will you walk the management through the detailed solution requirements? No, correct? Because they don't need to know. Okay, Sultana is saying yes. Unless they are micromanaging management, you don't have to, right? Because they don't need to know the details. As long as the canteen staff representative and the employee representative agree on the requirements, the management is okay. What you need to provide the management is in terms of your status update, right? So you need to tell them that your requirement is like 20% complete or 50% complete, or we are planning to complete it by end of March or end of February or whatever be the case. So you see, my point that I am trying to convey through these examples is, depending on the stakeholder, they will expect different information to be sent or to be communicated to them. So you need to identify that, right? Because you cannot include everybody and send everything to everyone. That will be a very inefficient way of communication. So the second element of this task of planning stakeholder engagement is identify stakeholder communication needs. And then the final one is to plan an ongoing stakeholder collaboration. What does that mean? So for the people who are actively involved, like the domain SME, the sponsor, etc., you might have maybe a working group every 2 weeks where you provide updates, where you say, this is where we are, these are the problems, these are the risks, these are the issues, all those kind of stuff. The active team, like for example, the domain SME, the business analyst, etc., might meet every day so that they can go over the requirements, the current state, the future state, all those kind of stuff. So you will decide, okay, who needs to be engaged at what stage, and then you will document that. So that becomes your stakeholder engagement approach. For stakeholders, do we keep meetings bi-weekly or milestone basis? Okay, so what did we just say? We need to first identify the stakeholders. What was our second plan, second step? Define stakeholder communication needs, and then plan the stakeholder collaboration, right? When you do this, Diksha, you will have to decide how frequently should you meet which stakeholder. For employees, you are never going to meet them. The canteen staff, you are never going to meet them. The management, you probably needs to meet once every 2 weeks, like you said, right? The employees, you probably need to train them once the tool is ready to be deployed. So that's milestone basis. The domain, the employee representative and the canteen representative and the development team, you are likely to meet every day so that you can make progress on the project. So this is exactly what you are deciding. The answer to that question is what you are going to define when you are defining a stakeholder engagement approach. You are going to decide as a BA, until my deliverables are complete, including product owner and product manager, how frequently should I meet with them, right? So for a PO, what do you think should be the frequency? Daily is probably not needed, right? Probably once in a week, maybe even once in 2 weeks. The project manager, you probably need to send updates more frequently, maybe weekly, but you only need to meet once in 2 weeks, I think, right? So that's something you need to decide based on their ask. So you can ask them also when you are having engagements with them. You can talk to them. You know what? Okay, so this is what I think you need, right? You need, like, if you're talking to your project manager, he might need updates every week, right? So that he can send those updates to his senior management, right? So you will tell him that, okay, let me send you a status update at the end of every week. Every 2 weeks, we will have a conversation where I will flag any risk, any issues, and I will also update you about what is happening. So you agree that with them before you implement that, so that you can document Yes, you can discuss the means of communication, right? Somebody might only require, somebody might say, I don't want to be in meetings and all. You send me the update in an email. So, so that communication requirements you agree, and then you plan it. The problem what happens, Diksha, is if you do not think about at the beginning of the project, one of two things can happen. Either you will end up sending everything to everybody, which they don't need, which they have no interest in, so thereby resulting in over communication, which is probably okay because people can ignore emails. Or you will end up under communicating, which is a horrible problem because people are not aware which about things that they should be aware, right? Which is why you deliberately need to think about how much amount of communication needs to happen for each of the stakeholders, and document it, and um, communicate that documentation to them so that they are aware, and then follow that documented approach. Now, the whole point is to follow a very structured, organized approach rather than doing this in a half-assed manner. This is how a stakeholder engagement approach could look like. So you start with stakeholder identification. So the stakeholder, let's say CEO, CFO, they are project sponsors and budget holders. They have high influence, high impact. The expectations from their side would be having return on investment, brand alignment, online revenue growth, those kind of things. Marketing team, they drives the campaigns, brands, and promotions. Their influence, impact, their expectations. So you do this kind of an analysis, right? So you have IT team who will be focused on technical build and maintenance, sales and operations, who will be involved in inventory order fulfillment, customer support, who will be managing the customer queries, end customers, new and repeat users, right? Warehouse and logistics team, legal and compliance, design, external vendors, board of directors, they will be invested in strategic oversight. So these are your stakeholders, and this is your stakeholder identification. Then you agree. So we have the interest power, right? So we have that view as well. Then you look at the engagement strategy. So executive leadership, there could be what is known as steering committee meetings, progress reports, communication frequency is bi-weekly, communication method is through dashboards, reports, and strategy reviews. Marketing team, you might provide updates in a weekly fashion. IT development team daily, possibly, and using Jira or DevOps tools. Sales and operations, maybe bi-weekly. Now, this is not an exact science, right? This is something where you kind of think about it, brainstorm with your stakeholders, and agree with them the engagement strategy that you are going to follow, and then you will come up with an engagement plan, and that will be end of your stakeholder engagement approach. All right. The guidelines and tools, we will use business analysis performance assessment to guide and address any problems that we might have faced in the past. We will use change strategy, which will tell us what change strategy are we following. And current state description will tell you which parts of the organization is being impacted by the change and which stakeholders should be involved. Okay, so there are a number of techniques that we can use. But let's take a look at organizational modeling and stakeholder list, map, or personas. Okay, so what is an organizational model, right? So basically what you do is, 1 second. Let's take a look at an example, and then we will come back to the theory. Right. So those who have worked, am I sharing my screen? Yeah. Okay. Those who have worked in an organization would have seen some sort of a organizational model or an organizational chart like this, right? So you have the overall business unit head, and then you have leads of program management, development, operations, etc. And there is people reporting to each of them, right? So this kind of a representation of the entire organization is called an organizational model, right? If you think of our style card, you will have the CEO at the head, and then you have the marketing team, you have the sales team, you have the operations team, you have the strategic programs team, let's say, and then you have the HR team. Okay, and below the marketing team, there could be marketing managers, social media marketing team. There could be traditional media marketing team. So those kind of structure. And then under sales, you might have area sales leads, retail store heads, etc. Under the operations, you might have the logistics team. Under the strategic initiatives, you might have offline retail store strategy, you might have the online strategy team, HR, etc. So that kind of a representation is called an organizational model. Now let's look at what are the elements. So organizational modeling, it explains the roles, responsibilities, and reporting structure. It aligns these structures within the organizational goals. The organizational model shows the boundaries of a group, formal and informal relationships between members, role of each person, and interfaces between the unit or stakeholders. Okay, the elements are, there are different types of organizational models. There are what is known as functionally oriented organizational model, market oriented organizational model, and matrix organizational model. Let's look at what does that mean, right? We discussed an organizational model which is functionally oriented, where you have marketing, sales, operations, HR, strategic initiatives. So it is structured by functions. Okay, that's one way of having an organizational model. Another organizational model is based on markets. So it could be geography. So for example, you might have one head for let's say Americas, one head for Europe, one head for what is known as Middle East, one head for Asia. So that kind of a structure is called market oriented. Now, market oriented can also be based on the market segmentation, which is high net worth individuals, corporate organizations, etc. So based on the type of customer that you are dealing with. So those are the market oriented structure. Matrix model is when you have a combination of these two. So you have, say for example, a global head of HR, a global head of marketing, a global head of sales, and then you have a head of, let's say, US, a head of UK, a head of China, and under the head of UK, you will have a head of, under the head of UK, you will have a head of marketing UK. So he will report to both head of UK and head of marketing globally, right? So that kind of a structure where everybody will have two reporting lines is called a matrix model, which follows both functional and market-oriented form. Okay, let's move to the next one, which is stakeholder list, map, or personas. Okay, so stakeholder list is basically when you identify the stakeholder, then you do a stakeholder analysis, and then create a list of stakeholders. So stakeholder characteristics that you are going to look at is the level of authority. So we discussed about decision-making power or influence, attitude towards the change, right? So if you take the canteen ordering system, are we having a positive attitude towards it? Are we having a negative attitude towards it? Attitude toward business analysis activities. Do they think that the BA activities are useful? Do they think it's a waste of time? And the level of decision-making authority, what kind of decisions are they allowed to make? So you represent your stakeholders in the form of different representations. So the first is a stakeholder map, which includes either a matrix or an onion diagram. So we will look at both, right? A stakeholder map is when you categorize your stakeholders on the basis of both influence and interest. Okay, so there are some stakeholders who will have a very high interest and a very high impact or influence. So when you have the high influence and high interest, then you need to make sure that they are effectively engaged. Some stakeholders will have high influence but low interest. I don't really particularly care about this particular project, but I am very senior, I have a lot of influence. So you just need to make sure that they are happy, they don't create problems for you. There are some stakeholders who have high interest but low influence. So for example, an individual employee in our canteen ordering system will have high interest because he will be able to order stuff automatically, but he cannot actually influence your project in any way. And then there are people who might have very low influence and low interest, right? So you need to make sure that you identify their interest and influence and engage your stakeholders according to their interest and influence. So metrics and market are interconnected. So metrics is a combination of your market oriented and your functional representation, right? So you have so functionally oriented and market oriented are two different ways in which you structure your organization. Matrix is when you combine both. So you have both market oriented, so you have US, UK, and China, let's say, and then you also have functionally oriented. So you have a head of marketing, head of sales, and head of operations. Now, if you look at the head of US marketing, will report to two people: head of US and the head of global head of marketing. So that kind of a structure is called a matrix model. Stakeholder onion diagram is a way of representing your stakeholders in the level of in accordance to the level of interest or the level of involvement in the solution or the change delivery, right? So the project team will be at the center of the onion diagram. So if you think about like an onion, it has the layers, right? So this is basically representing stakeholders in various layers, which is why it's called an onion diagram. So you have at the core of the onion the project team who is involved in delivery, and then any affected organizational unit will be the next layer. The overall organization will be the next layer, and anybody who is external would be the final layer. So it represents stakeholders according to the level of involvement in the delivery of the change or the solution. That is stakeholder onion diagram. Okay, which takes us to the RACI diagram or the RACI matrix. Now, RACI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Okay, responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Now, what does each of this mean? Accountable means they are accountable for what is happening. Okay, so an example, let me explain responsible also, and I will give examples for both together, which will be easier. Responsible means you are responsible for doing it. Okay, now what is the difference between accountable and responsible? Let's say you are the head of police in a particular city. Okay, you are the head of police in a particular city. Now, if a crime happens, you are accountable for investigation and resolution of that crime. Correct? You are accountable for it. Which means if that is not done, or if an investigation does not successfully complete, you are going to be held accountable for it. You have to answer the media, the superiors, etc. But you are actually not going to investigate the crime, right? It will be a detective who reports to you who is going to actually investigate the crime. So he is responsible for doing it. right? So accountable is the person who is finally going to be held liable for that particular activity. Responsible is the person who is expected to do it. Okay, right? I'll give you another example, right? If you have a company which is publicly listed in an exchange, you are mandatorily required to publish your annual reports. Okay, I'll repeat again. If you are a publicly listed company, meaning you have raised money from the public and you have listed on an exchange, the listing requirements requires you um, uh, to publish your financial accounts, which is your balance sheet, your income statement, and your cash flow statement every quarter. I think every quarter. Yeah, yes, every quarter. Right now, the accountability of this lies with the CEO and the CFO. Right. So the CEO, who is chief executive officer, and CFO, the chief financial officer, they are accountable for it. Okay, if there is willful misstatement of it, they are liable to go to jail, right? And it has happened, like Enron in US, Satyam in India. These are examples where the statements were doctored, and that resulted in senior executives going to jail effectively, right? But you cannot expect the CEO to literally sit and create the annual reports, right? That will be done by their finance teams, finance analysts and finance reporting analysts, right? So they are responsible for doing it, but the accountability still lies with the senior CEO or the CFO. Okay, hopefully that makes it clear. Now, what does consulted means? Consulted is when, in order to do this activity, you might seek their inputs. Okay, informed means you will provide an update to them, right? So if you take our canteen order management system, a project manager could be accountable for the delivery of the solution. Now, the various tasks under that delivery, there could be people who are responsible for carrying it out, or it could be that the sponsor is accountable and the project manager is responsible for on behalf of the sponsor to implement the canteen order management system. Now, the canteen order management system implementation might consult HR, might inform employee. If there is an employee trade union, they might be informed, right? But that doesn't mean that they are accountable or responsible. So that's the four kind of elements of RACI. So what you do is you take each task and then you say, okay, this particular person is accountable or responsible or informed or consulted about this particular task. So if you take in order to identify a problem or an opportunity, the accountability is with the BA, but it is done by the sponsor, project manager, and operations team. The implementation team is consulted and the regulators are informed. Similarly, for each task, you can see the accountable, responsible, and consulted and informed. Yes, accountable is answerable, liable. Okay, is RACI clear? When do we create this RACI? It's RACI, RACI. So listen, responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. So you create a RACI when you start a project so that everybody is clear of their roles and responsibilities. You can create a RACI in a number of scenarios when you want to make sure that a group of people are collectively delivering something, and and they need to make sure that the outcome is being achieved. So that is when you create a RACI. I mean, we can create a RACI for our course, right? So, for example, if we were to, so who is responsible, who is accountable for delivering the class? It is me, right? But in order to deliver the class, I need your attendance, you need to pay attention, etc. So you are responsible to an extent. I am accountable for delivering the class. to pay attention. Who is accountable? You are accountable, but there is a certain amount of responsibility with me, which is to make sure that you are able to pay attention. We might consult Amal for questions around LMS or questions around certain policy, etc. We might inform Amal. So for example, if we want to extend the session, or we want to cut short the session, we have to inform Amal. So that's basically what, when you create a RACI. You create a RACI when a group of people are coming together and they have to deliver a certain set of tasks or a certain project or a certain activity, and you need to define what is the role of each person in the delivery. Okay. Any other questions? You need to agree that with the stakeholder, Diksha. So it's not like you decide that this is going to be the sponsor is going to be accountable for it. You need to collectively agree that the sponsor is accountable and the project manager is responsible. It's not that, like, what happens typically is that somebody will create this RACI based on some discussions, and then they will present it to the group, and the group will agree for most of it, and they might say, okay, this one, I think I am not the accountable person, it should be the project manager or it should be the BA. So accordingly you will update, and sometimes it also involves certain amount of negotiations before the RACI is finalized. When this RACI, I already answered that, Sima. So you create a RACI whenever you are delivering something as a group, and you want to make sure that the roles and responsibilities are clearly understood by everybody involved in that collective group. Okay, I think we will move on to persona. So persona is basically for your stakeholder. In order to understand the stakeholder better, what you do is you will create a persona for your stakeholder. This is more than just their roles and responsibilities. This is more about who they are, right? So things like their age, their gender, their ambitions, their concerns, their challenges, their background, all of this becomes critical in the persona. So the persona you create in order to understand your customer or your stakeholder better. So you create that in a fictionalized or generalized way. So for example, if you were to build a solution for farmers in India, let's say, you cannot um, you cannot you cannot create that solution without understanding the persona of a typical farmer. How much education does he have? How much how many language does he speak? Which what are his goals? What are his dreams? What kind of family he has? So only when you understand those things will you be able to create a solution which helps him to use it, right? So helps him to achieve a certain goal, right? It could be to market his products or whatever, right? So that's where you create a persona. The goal of a persona is not to identify stakeholders, but to understand the drivers and motivations of your stakeholders better. Okay, so that completes our stakeholder engagement. The stakeholders who will be involved for creating a plan, so planning stakeholder engagement are customer, end user, supplier, regulator, project manager, and domain SME. So these are the stakeholders that you will work with to create this. Okay, if not, we will move on to the next task, which is plan business analysis governance. Okay, what is your understanding of governance in a corporate environment? Obviously, there is the political governance. I'm not talking about that. The understanding of governance in a corporate environment. Rules and regulations, yes, that's one way of looking at it. Regulations, okay. Policies, ethics, okay. SOPs as in standard operating procedures, okay. Mandates, okay. Any other views? Compliance regulations, okay. Responsive system, okay, yeah. Okay, so governance is fundamentally about decision making. Okay, so in an organization, there has to be an established structure or process or level of authority for making decisions. Okay, let's say you are working in an organization and you have to travel somewhere on business. Okay, now your travel is for, let's say, 1 month, and it is going to cost, let's say, 10,000 US dollars. Okay, now it might be that the governance that is put in place could be that if an expenditure of 10,000 or less is incurred, it can be approved by a manager. So you can go to your manager and your manager will be able to approve. So he is making a decision that you can go on your business trip because the cost of the trip is below 10,000. Next month, you're going somewhere else. This time, however, you're going for 2 months and the total cost is around 30,000. Now you cannot have your manager approve it because it is beyond his decision making authority. So it has to go to somebody who is more senior, maybe a director or somebody like that, who will then approve your travel, right? Why do this happen? Because the organization has designed its governance it's in such a way that any decisions which incur a cost of up to $10,000 can be taken by managers. But if the cost goes beyond 10,000 up to, let's say, 100,000, it can be taken by, say, a director. If it goes up from 100,000 to, say, a million, it can be a vice president. So that kind of a setup is called governance. Okay. Now, we are not talking about the general governance. We are talking about project governance. And in project governance itself, we are talking specifically about business analysis governance. So business analysis governance is about what decisions can be made by who, and what is the process for making those decisions. Okay, so let's get into it. So the decisions that we are dealing with, since it is about business analysis, are about requirements and designs, including their changes to requirements, changes to designs, and their approval and their prioritization. So these are the elements that we are going to deal with. So the decisions about, so let's say you created some requirements, so those requirements need to be signed off or approved. Who can approve those requirements? Okay, you created, on the back of the approved requirements, you created designs. Who can approve those designs? Who can review the designs and requirements? Let's say you created the requirements and designs and everything is approved and etc. Now you need to make a change to the requirement. Somebody has requested a change to the already signed off requirements. How are you going to manage that change request? What is the change control process? And what is going to be the approach for prioritization? So all these things will be covered as part of the governance. So let's look at it. So the inputs are business analysis approach and stakeholder engagement approach. The output is a governance approach for business analysis. The goal or the purpose is how decisions are being made on requirements and designs, including their reviews, change control, approval, and prioritization. What are the elements? So the first is a change control process where you establish a process for making changes to your requirements, right? So if your requirements are changing, who is going to create that change request? what information should be there in that change request, who is going to review it, who is going to perform the impact analysis, and who is going to approve that change control, that change request, so that either you agree to go ahead with the change, or you say, okay, we are not taking this change up. Second is around decision making. Who is going to approve your requirements? Who is going to approve your designs? Who is going to approve changes to your requirements and designs? And then finally, you will have a prioritization approach. What is the approach that you are going to follow when you have to decide the priority of your requirements and your designs? And finally, once you have completed the governance approach, that needs to be agreed with your stakeholders and approved so that it can be followed in future scenarios. So the business analysis governance approach defines how business analysis decisions are made, including how approvals are obtained, who has the authority over requirements, and how changes to business analysis deliverables are managed. So this is the governance approach for our style card project. So the decision making authority. So business requirements approval will be by the product owner and the business sponsor. Functional design validation by the BA, UX designer, and dev lead. And then scope prioritization is by the steering committee, and change request approvals is by the change control board. Okay. Approval process. Requirements approval workflow is the requirements are drafted by the BA, it's reviewed by the stakeholders, and then approved by the product owner, and then tracked in the requirements traceability matrix. Document approvals, BRD, FRS, and process flows require sign-off from product owner, product manager, and technical lead. Change control process. Change request will be initiated by the stakeholder or BA, documented in a change request form, reviewed by the BA and PM for impact analysis, and decision made by the change control board, and it will be maintained in the requirement traceability matrix. You will use Moscow prioritization for all requirements, features, and enhancements. And then for conflict resolution, you will try BA facilitation. If not, escalate to PM and steering committee, document conflicts and resolutions in the project log. If not, we will move to the guidelines and tools. So the guidelines and tools, business analysis performance assessment, which is a guideline for all the tasks that we saw so far in this knowledge area. Business policies, which will define decision-making authority and governance. Current state description, which will explain what is currently in place. And in some scenarios, there might be legal and regulatory requirement for us to adhere to. Can we take one more example briefly? Sure. Let's take our other case study, which is the canteen ordering system in Unilever. So, who will be creating? Let's start with requirements, right? So, who will be creating the requirements? That will be a BA. Who will be reviewing the requirements? All stakeholders, which includes your domain SME, your implementation SME, and maybe even the sponsor. Who will sign off the requirement? It could be the sponsor, or it could be the senior, maybe the CEO, right? So that will be who they will be signing off the requirements. Who will what happens if there are changes to the requirements? The changes to the requirements should be initiated by the stakeholder or by the BA. It will be completed using a change request form. The form has to be defined upfront. Once the change request form is completed, the BA and the project manager will perform an impact assessment. What is an impact assessment? So they will review the change and explain, okay, if we accept this change, that will result in some positive benefits, but it will result in increasing the timeline of the project by 1 month and the cost of the project by $50,000. And they will present that impact analysis to something like a change control board, and the change control board will review it and approve it. You document this process so that when there is a change coming through, you will decide that, okay, this is we just need to follow this process. That is the governance approach. Okay. Any other questions on the governance approach? So we went through the guidelines and tools. Then we have a set of techniques that we can use. I won't read through, but these are the techniques that you can use for planning the governance and business analysis governance. The stakeholders who will be involved are domain SME, sponsor, project manager, and regulator. Okay, that takes us to the next one, which is business analysis information management. Okay, so we will move to the next one, which is information management, plan business analysis information management. So when you are performing the business analysis activities, you will end up collecting a lot of information. This includes current state analysis, business analysis requirements, BRDs or requirements and designs, operating procedures. All these information will end up either being collected or created, right? Now, the problem is that we need to make sure that these information that you collect are stored in a way that is accessible for all the stakeholders until the retirement of the solution that you are building. That approach of how you are going to store this information is defined using the business analysis information management approach. Okay, so let's get into it. So inputs are business analysis approach, the stakeholder engagement approach, and governance approach. The output is the business analysis information management approach, and the purpose is to develop a plan for managing the information that is either created or gathered during the business analysis activities. Okay, so that's the input and output and the purpose. Now let's look at the elements. So the first is we need to make sure that we collect the information and we make sure that you organize it in a fashion that is easy for us to understand. So one way could be you have the business requirement and then the corresponding stakeholder requirement and then the corresponding solution requirements. For each requirement, you need to decide which requirement attributes are you going to maintain along with the requirement. What is an attribute? So for example, along with the requirement, you might say, okay, this is the requirement reference number. This is the priority of the requirement. This is the source of the requirement. This is the if there is any risk on that requirement, you might want to call that out. So there is a list of attributes that you can capture along with the requirement, right? The second element, the next element is the level of abstraction. So the business requirements will be at a higher level of abstraction. So for example, to take the example that we discussed in the morning, we want to increase online sales by 10% in 6 months' time. So that's the business requirement. When you are presenting to somebody like a sponsor or a senior executive, you will use that level of abstraction. Whereas when you are presenting to the technology team, you might say, okay, the website should load within 3 seconds or 7 seconds or whatever the case may be. Yeah. So that's your level of abstraction. Then you look for traceability approach. What is traceability approach? When you are defining requirements, you will trace the requirements from your business requirements all the way up to your business solution component and test cases. So you have your business requirements, which will be broken down into stakeholder requirements, which will be then broken down into solution requirements, which will then become solution components, and those solution components will be verified using solution test cases. Now you link all these things together in a matrix that becomes your traceability matrix. So when you are defining your information management approach, you need to decide what kind of traceability do you want, right? In some cases, you need to follow 100% strict traceability. It could be a regulatory requirement, it could be based on organizational policy. In some scenarios, it is a much more relaxed, informal traceability. Okay, then you will decide on the storage and access. So you need to store your requirements in some place and also plan for reuse of your requirements until the solution is being demised. Now, when you perform this, so traceability, for example, there is a separate task for traceability. We will discuss that in more detail at that point in time. At this stage, you are simply defining the approach for each of those elements, right? Hopefully we can take a look at an example. So the business analysis information management approach will define how requirements and other BA information are stored, accessed, reused, and maintained. So the purpose is to establish a structured process for managing the business analysis information. Business requirements, which is high-level goals and objectives. Functional requirements, detailed user stories, use cases. Non-functional requirements or NFRs. Stakeholder analysis, process models and workflows, traceability matrix, and change requests. So these are the information types that we will maintain for StyleCart e-commerce project. We will use Confluence as the central documentation for things like BRD, FRS, etc. The access will be role-based access. We will use Jira for storing user stories, tasks, as well as traceability. We will use SharePoint for formal approvals and signed documents. We will use Miro or Figma for visual modeling and wireframes. There will be a backup policy defined. There is a version control defined. There will be standard naming conventions that we will follow. They will be tagged by the status. It should be searchable, and traceability is maintained in Jira. These templates can be used for future projects. Lessons learned are logged in Project Insights document, and common requirements are tagged for reuse. Which are the attributes that you are going to capture? Requirement ID. So the example could be requirement search 001. Priority, it could be using Moscow, must have, should have. Status, it is draft, approved, implemented. Source, name of the stakeholder or based on market research. Owner and related features, dependencies. And then finally, maintenance. The BA is responsible for the review. Obsolete or superseded information is archived quarterly. Stakeholder feedback prompts review update of artifacts. So this is the approach that we have defined for our StyleCart project. Guidelines and tools for planning information management is business analysis performance assessment, which becomes input into all the tasks so far. Business policies, information management tools. So there are some tools where you can manage and store business analysis information. And then there might be legal requirements or regulatory requirements for you to follow a certain approach for information management. You need to follow that as part of your process. Techniques that can be used are these. I won't read through that, but these are the techniques that you can use. And then finally, the stakeholders who will be involved are domain SME, regulator, and sponsor. For priority, we give must have, then should have, and then good. That's correct. So it is called Moscow, right? It is written small o, S, C, capital, again small o, W. So M is must have, that's the highest priority. S is should have, that is the next highest priority. C is could have, that is the next priority. and W is won't have, that is the least priority. Yeah, we will cover this in as part of prioritization. That's one of the prioritization techniques most commonly used in agile implementations. Okay, that brings us to the last task in this knowledge area, which is identify business analysis performance improvements. So once you complete your business analysis activities, you need to have a review of how well the business analysis activities went, so that you can identify those areas where we can implement improvements which will help us to perform the business analysis activities better in the future initiatives. Okay, so that is the goal of identifying business analysis performance improvements. The inputs are the business analysis approach, because it talks about what was the approach that we are following in business analysis, and performance objectives, which will set the baseline against which we are performing the improvement assessment. The output is business analysis performance assessment. The purpose is to assess the work done by business analysis team to identify areas in which you can implement improvements so that we perform better business analysis in the future. Okay, the elements of business analysis performance improvement. So what do? We first have a review of what happened, right? So we talk to stakeholders, we look at the data that is available to us, and we do a performance analysis, how well the business analyst has captured the requirements. Was there any missed requirements? Were there any delay in identifying requirements? What is the feedback from the stakeholders? Were they correctly engaged? All those things will become part of the performance analysis. And the results that are coming out of those analysis would ideally have a set of measures. So we would look at, say, for example, no missed requirement or no requirement defects, or the stakeholder engagement score of 80%, so on and so forth. So you can define those assessment measures. Then you will analyze the results to understand, okay, which are the areas where we did well, which are the areas where there are opportunities for improvement. And then there will be a list of actions for improvement, which will then become the action item for us to implement. Okay, so basically we look at how well the business analysis activities went through and compare it against the expected outcomes and measures, analyze it, and then come up with a list of improvement areas which will be then implemented in the future. Guidelines and tools. You use organizational performance standards to evaluate the business analysis performance in a particular initiative. The techniques that we can use are listed here. We will take a look at the technique metrics and key performance indicators next. But before that, since we are almost at our 2-hour mark, we will take a quick 10 minutes break. When we come back, we will cover the technique, metrics, and KPIs. And then we will look at the stakeholders who should be involved in the business analysis performance assessment. And finally, we will have a short quiz. With that, we will close our first knowledge area. Okay, so we will let me launch the poll on the PACE retention ratio. Okay, we did not discuss it, but retention ratio is a measurable indicator. So retention ratio is basically the opposite of attrition ratio. It could be for customers, it could be for employees. So if you're talking about customer retention ratio, how many customers order from you or buy from you again and again is the retention ratio. So a retention ratio signifies customer loyalty. So you can say, I need to maintain a retention ratio of 50% or above. That is an example of a indicator or a metric. CSI, I'm not sure what you mean by CSI, customer success. I am very happy with your answer with the percentage of wastage in the canteen. Okay, so how much food is wasted in canteen, right? Let's say we kind of weigh it up and we say X kg of food is wasted in canteen, right? The amount of food wasted in canteen can be can be a good indicator or a good metric. Customer satisfaction index, okay, net promoter score, it is also called. That is another good indicator of your or metric. Increase, yes, percentage sale of online sales is a metric. Okay, we will come to the increase part and the reduction part of wastage later. For now, we are talking about a metric or an indicator, right? That indicator tells you how you are performing. Now, that increase part will come in KPI. I'll come to that in a minute, right? Operation cost is an indicator. Okay, percentage of reduction will come to that. So let's take a few examples. So we spoke about wastage in canteen in kgs, the total wastage of food in canteen in kilograms, customer satisfaction index, retention ratio, percentage of online sales of style cart as a the percentage of online sales as a percentage of total sales of style cart, operation cost, and conversion ratio. So that we have 5 metrics that we have identified. Yeah. So okay. So that's metrics. Now, what is a key performance indicator? Key performance indicator measures the progress towards a strategic goal or objective. Okay. So KPI is metric with a goal attached to it, right? So if you take wastage in canteen as an indicator, right? Your KPI is percentage of wastage reduction in canteen, right? So your goal is to reduce wastage by 30%. So currently, on an average, in a day, you waste, let's say, 1,000 kgs of food. So the goal is to reduce it to 700 kg. So your kg of food wasted is your indicator or your metric. Your KPI is the percentage reduction in wastage of food. Customer satisfaction index, let's say, is currently at 75%, right? So customer satisfaction index is 75%. Your KPI could be an increase of customer satisfaction index by 10 percentage points. So you want to increase it to 85%, right? The current percentage of online sales to total sales is, let's say, at 10%. And your KPI, so that's your indicator. Your KPI is to increase it to 25%. So that is basically your KPI. Percentage of increase in, yeah. So the increase in percentage of online sales to total sales or total revenue. Okay, so that's KPI. So KPIs measure. So KPIs measure what you want to measure, right? Suppose you want to measure the effectiveness of marketing. Okay, that is when you measure the number of people visiting your website, as an example, right? If you are running a marketing campaign and people visit your website, that basically tells you that your marketing campaign is successful. Then you want to increase the ease of using your website. And what measures it? Conversion ratio. If your website is easy to use, people are likely to buy products from your website. So that is your conversion ratio. So similarly, you define KPIs to measure the effectiveness of what you want to improve. If you want to measure the effectiveness of business analysis, you need to define KPIs to measure that, right? So for example, it could be number of missed requirements, or number of requirement defects identified, or it could be a stakeholder satisfaction index, right? So those are examples of measures for business analysis KPIs. Then there is reporting, which is when you are informing your stakeholders about the metric and the KPIs and how they have performed in various intervals. Okay, so that is metrics and key performance indicators. Now, what are the elements? So there are a few characteristics for an indicator or for a metric. It has to be clear. There should be no ambiguity. It should be relevant. You cannot measure, like there is a very interesting book called Measure What Matters. But anyway, so it should be relevant. You should measure what you are trying to improve. It should be economical. What does that mean? You should be able to gather that metric without too much of effort. It should be adequate. It should be enough to tell you that you are making progress. It should be quantifiable. You should be able to measure it. Otherwise, you cannot quantify it. It should be trustworthy. You should be able to rely on it accurately, right? There is this anecdote that I think the founder of Amazon, Jeff Bezos, gives in one of his interviews, where he says there was this issue where customers were basically complaining that it takes a long time for them to connect to the customer service representative. So they call the customer service in Amazon, and it takes them a long time for anyone to pick it up and respond to their query. But the Amazon management was tracking the time taken to complete a call, and those numbers were very small. So the anecdotal feedback from customers was not agreeing with the metric that they were getting from what they were measuring. So they were discussing this in the meeting. Apparently, Jeff Bezos called up the customer service on his phone, and it took a long time to connect, thereby proving that the customer was correct and the metric was wrong. So we should want to avoid such scenarios. We want to validate that the metric is actually trustworthy and credible. Now, your metric can be a specific point, or it can be a threshold, or it can be a range, right? So it could be that, right? It could be, I want to achieve a certain sales. So you want to increase your sales by, let's say, 10%. So that is a very specific point that you want to achieve. Or you want a threshold, right? If you take, say, for example, your blood sugar levels, the threshold is, you want to keep it below a certain threshold. As long as it is below, it doesn't matter what the number is. You don't want to reduce it further or any of such things. You just want to keep it below a certain threshold so that you are healthy, right? Or it can be a range, right? It can be within a value of, say, 10 to 15, but it should not go below 10 or above 15. Again, medical metric is an example. You don't want your sodium to go very high or very low, but it should be in a very specific range. So depending on your scenario, your metric could be a specific point, a threshold, or a range. You need to continuously monitor your metric and report the baseline and the new targets, right? So that's basically about metrics and key performance indicators. So KP, I don't know what KPA is. Metric is food wastage. KPI is reduction in food wastage by 10%. Okay, metric is food wastage, and KPI is reduction in food wastage. Okay, now stakeholders involved in business analysis performance improvement, domain SME, sponsor, and project manager, which is our second knowledge area, which is elicitation and collaboration. So what are we going to cover here? We will look at prepare for elicitation, which is the first task. Then conduct elicitation, which is the second task. Confirm elicitation results, which is the third task. Communicate business analysis information, which is the fourth task. And manage ongoing stakeholder collaboration, which is the fifth task. That is the goal of this particular lesson. Let's look at business analysis core concept model and how the concepts are impacted in this particular knowledge area. And the goal of this knowledge area is to get information from stakeholders. So elicitation is when you go to stakeholders to get information. It could be for current state analysis, it could be for root cause analysis, it could be for business requirements, stakeholder requirements, or solution requirements. In this knowledge area is where we identify what are the characteristics that are going to define the change. We identify the concerns of our stakeholders and the extent of elicitation requirement in order to implement the change. From a need perspective, in this knowledge area, the tasks in this knowledge area are used to get information from stakeholders as well as to confirm that back with them and to communicate that with the stakeholders. The solution will be defined by discussions with stakeholders. So we should first get solution requirements from the stakeholders and then communicate back how the solution is going to be designed to the stakeholders. The collaboration with stakeholders is key in this particular knowledge area because we are interacting with them in all the tasks. And the context is also identified critically in this knowledge area. We also will look for identifying value from elicitation and collaboration. So overall, the goal is to manage interactions with stakeholders to get information from them. In this specific instance, we were interested in the requirements from an employee perspective for streamlining the lunch process in Unilever canteen. The next is confirm. So when you conduct the elicitation, you will also make a note of the requirement. So you saw that in my Word document, I was noting down the requirements that SEMA was giving me. Then we confirm the elicitation results, which is once you complete the requirement gathering or the elicitation activity, we send it back to our stakeholder who were involved in that activity and make sure that what we captured is accurate. So the inputs for those are the needs and the business analysis information. The inputs for communicate business analysis information and manage stakeholder are stakeholder engagement approach and business analysis performance assessment. These three are sequential tasks that we discussed. The outputs are elicitation activity plan, elicitation results that are unconfirmed, elicitation results that are confirmed, business analysis information that is communicated, and stakeholder engagement. Let's go through the first task, which is prepare for elicitation. So preparing for elicitation involves understanding the scope of the elicitation activity. So just the example we just saw as we had the kind of role play was the scope was identify requirements for the lunch streamlining at Unilever canteen from the perspective of employees. Select appropriate technique. The technique that I was trying to do was a workshop with 3 employees, but unfortunately we couldn't get the other 2 unmuted. So the actual technique that we ended up using was what we call as interview. We will see that technique later on. So obviously in this scenario, the supporting material was the case study. So we shared that ahead, but in actual scenarios, what will happen is that there will be things like operating procedures, existing documentation, previous business analysis information. All those supporting materials will be sourced by the BA so that they can go through it, so that they can get the background of the elicitation activity. Now, the inputs to this activity are the business needs. So we know the business needs for the canteen ordering system and the stakeholder engagement approach. which we will use for deciding which stakeholders should be involved for requirement analysis. The output is what is called an elicitation activity plan, where we will have the logistics of the elicitation activity. So here, obviously, since we are all in a meeting, I could just unmute her. But in several scenarios, what you would require is you need to arrange a Zoom call, or you need to arrange a meeting room. You need to make sure that they are free at that time, right? They might have their own other work, so they need to be available at that time. So we need to take care of logistics. You need to define the scope of the elicitation activity. You need to select the technique that you are going to use and prepare any supporting material. So that's basically the output of the prepare for elicitation task. For preparing for elicitation task, understand the scope. Again, the scope was the employee perspective for the canteen order management system. Selected a technique, which was interview. Set up logistics by unmuting and or using the Zoom functionality. Any supporting material we send across the case study, and prepared the stakeholders. I explained, Sema, that what we are trying to do is get the employees' concerns and challenges and the requirements as part of requirement analysis. Guidelines and tools. We use business analysis approach as a overall guidance when to do elicitation. So that is one. Business objectives will provide how are we going to move towards future state. So the goal is to reduce wastage and to reduce employee time which is spent unproductively. That will help guide that elicitation activity. Existing business analysis information will help you to understand the scope better, and potential value will explain what value are we trying to realize from the activity. Techniques that you can use for preparing for elicitation. Stakeholder map list or personas will tell you who needs to be consulted. You can brainstorm and mind map to identify techniques and business analysis information for the elicitation activity. You can use document analysis to go through the previous or the supporting material. Data mining is a technique that you can go do where you use a lot of data to derive insights from it. You can use estimation to identify how much time it will take for the elicitation activity. You can use interviews and risk analysis and management. So these are the techniques that you can use. Stakeholders who are involved are domain SME, sponsor, and project manager. So domain SME can provide supporting material and guidance. Sponsor will approve or denies the elicitation activity plan, and project manager make sure that the resources are available for elicitation. So that is on the prepare for elicitation. Fairly simple. You define the scope of elicitation activity. You arrange the logistics. You pick a technique. You inform the stakeholders, get them ready, prepare the stakeholders for the elicitation activity. Here, one employee was present, how we make sure it is a need of the majority. So generally, what happens is that we identify somebody as a domain SME in this scenario. So the employee that you select will not generally be any random employee. It will be somebody who can represent the rest of the employees, and we try and have more representation. So that's why I was trying to have 2-3 people so that there can be multiple options coming through. But obviously, in these scenarios, we cannot have the entire 1,200 employees or even a majority of them represented. So what you will do is you will pick and choose specific people who has been there for some time, who are much more well networked, so the management will generally help you do that, who is more articulate as well, who can contribute. So you identify these people based on some amount of expert judgment. But obviously, we cannot have a majority participate in the requirement. We can conduct a survey. We will cover the survey as a technique later on. It is one of the techniques that you can use for elicitation results. But the problem is obviously when you have a lot of subjective information, it is often much difficult. Like, for example, if you send out a questionnaire where you have very detailed descriptions given by 1,000 employees, how are you going to then analyze that in order to get results out of it, right? We can always, once we decide a solution, we can always ask that we can always ask employees from that solution as to whether that solution will be acceptable to them using a survey. But that is not easy, especially when you are trying to gather information at the outset about requirements. Okay. Let's look at then conducting elicitation. Okay. Why do we say elicit? Why don't we say gather, right? Because elicitation, the word means to draw out. So you actually make your stakeholder speak, right? You explore with them what are the different requirements that they have and identify those requirements. So that's basically requirement elicitation or conducting elicitation. The inputs into conducting elicitation are the activity plan that we prepared for the previous in the previous task, and the resources and the supporting material that we have collected. The output is unconfirmed elicitation results. Now, there are three ways in which you can perform elicitation. So the first is collaborative, which is when you interact with stakeholders, which is what we did in our example. You rely on the stakeholders' experience. So the stakeholder has to be. So now, obviously, the employee example or the canteen ordering example is a very simple case, right? Imagine we have something more complicated like banking or insurance. I think somebody was mentioning yesterday they work on insurance. So if you have an insurance use case, the requirement can be fairly complex. So the stakeholder cannot be anybody, right? You cannot pick any employee working in insurance and get requirements for a problem in insurance. It has to be an SME, right? Domain SME. So you interact with an SME who has a lot of experience, and your outputs will be dependent on the level of experience of your stakeholder. The second way is research, where you go through a lot of documents and you uncover information which your stakeholders themselves may not know. So this is particularly effective, especially in what we call as regulatory projects, right? So every now and then, regulators come up with a set of requirements that everybody has to adhere to. It could be laws, it could be requirements. So if you are, I think many of you are based out of India. I don't know if there are people not based out of India, but in India, for example, there are some laws that are changing where the salary structure has to be in a certain way. For example, that means that all HR departments will have to relook at how their employees' salaries are structured, and they need to make changes for that. Now, obviously, nobody knows about this, right? So if you refer to the regulations text, that will help you better than any stakeholder probably. So that is where research can be a good way of conducting elicitation. The last one is experiments. Okay, so this is especially used when you have to get feedback from a large number of stakeholders. Okay, so one easy example that I always use is called A/B testing. Okay, this is when you have two options. So you let's say you have a checkout page, and there are two places where you can keep this checkout button. Okay, there is a button that says checkout. You can keep it either at the bottom of the page, or you can keep it on the right hand side, and it will be visible at every point when you scroll through the page. Okay, you need to decide where to place it. Now, whom are you going to ask? Your customers are probably thousands or if not millions of people. So you cannot go and ask millions of people. So what you do is you roll out both options. So there will be a page where you have this button on the right hand side which scrolls with the page, and there will be another page where it will be at the bottom of the page. Then you roll this out to, let's say, two sets of users and evaluate how they respond to it. If they respond to favorably to option A, which is the one on the right hand side, you will go with that. If they are responding favorably to the option B, which is the one where it is on the bottom, you go with that. That's an example of an experiment. But essentially, there are such scenarios where you might want to draw information from your stakeholders without asking them or without using documents, either through using some sort of a prototyping or a proof of concept. That is called experiment. So there are three different ways in which you can conduct elicitation. First is collaborative, where you interact with the stakeholder. Second is research, where you go through documentation. Third is experiments, where without using documents or stakeholders, you try and extract information through an experiment. When you are conducting an elicitation, you guide the elicitation session. So you ask questions. You might follow up on more details. You might ask about their views on what are the different ways in which they think they can their problems can be solved. You capture those results. Sometimes what will happen is that if there are multiple people, if it is a workshop or a brainstorming session, you might not be able to both talk and note down the discussion. So you might seek the help of somebody to scribe, which is basically to write down notes. Now, one good thing is with tools like Zoom, it helps you to basically create a summary of the discussion without having to write down everything in detail. So that's basically probably a way forward. But traditionally, we will use somebody to make minutes and notes and stuff like that. Guidelines and tools, business analysis approach. It will tell you which technique to use and what are the kind of deliverable that you need to provide. Existing business analysis information will be extremely helpful for you to guide the discussion. Stakeholder engagement approach will tell you how to deal with these stakeholders, collaborate better with the stakeholders. Any supporting material will help you to prepare for the elicitation session. Okay, there are a large number of techniques that you can use for elicitation, conducting elicitation. So we will go through the ones that are highlighted with the orange borders: collaborative games, prototype, document analysis, workshop, interface analysis, observation, focus group, interviews, brainstorming, surveys, and questionnaire. So we will look at these in detail now. Okay, so the first is document analysis. Okay, so this is the technique where you have a document which is going to be helpful for your specific case, and you have to get information from that document, right? So what you do is you source the document first, right? So it could be what is known as an operating procedure. So most of the operations teams which carry out repeatable activities on an ongoing basis will have standard operating procedures or key operating procedures. So you secure that operating procedure. So the first step is to get the right operating procedure. So second is analysis and review. So you need to read through the document. You take notes while you're reading through. There might be certain information which is conflicting. You note those down. And then finally, the summary of the document you will note down as your finding. Again, I think this is in the future, this is going to be no longer used by people because there are generative AI tools that can customize with your prompt, etc. You can customize the exact summary of a document without you having to go through it word by word. As and when these things evolve, I think that will replace we actually reading through the document. Instead of that, you can use a tool to ask pointed questions, like for example, does this talk about something specific, right? Does this talk about a particular type of risk? And if yes, can you explain and summarize that, something like that? So you can use some of the emergent tools for this technique, but obviously traditionally we have always gone through these documents ourselves. Now there are some strengths and limitations of this. The strength is it gives you a lot of background information. It will give you the context. If there is an existing solution, it will provide you that background of that solution. You can, if you already have done some elicitation, you can cross-reference those elicitation results to make sure that they are in agreement. And because you have some background information and context, you will be able to engage with your stakeholders much more effectively. Now, the limitations is that sometimes there is way too much information available that can be confusing and time consuming. And the last one is the second limitation is that sometimes the document might be old. Thereby you might be referring to outdated information, thereby causing confusion. So that's document analysis. Simple enough technique. Read through the document and record the findings. Okay, so what is observation? Observation is, let's say, let me give you a different example, right? Yeah, let's take the example of our canteen order management system itself, right? One thing that you can possibly do is you can go to the canteen at 12 o'clock at the peak time of peak lunch hour in the building, and then you can observe what is happening, how many employees are coming in, how many are waiting, how many are going to the order counter, how are they placing orders, what food items are not available. So if you stand there and note and observe and take notes, that is an example of an observation. But observation is much more powerful when you are looking at some sort of standard process that has been established. I'll give you a different example, right? One of the things in banking is customer onboarding, right? Like, let's say if you want to go and open a bank account, when you go to the bank, what they will ask is they will ask you to complete what is known as KYC, know your customer, okay? Which is when they will ask you for your identification, your address, sometimes verification, and your source of wealth. This is to make sure that things like money laundering, terrorist financing, financial crime, all those kind of things doesn't happen. So there is a set of process that the bank client onboarding team will follow. They will ask you to fill up a form, provide some supporting documents, and then they will review those documents. They will call you and verify. And once they do all those things, they will approve your request, and then your account will get created. Your cards will get created, and they will be sent to you. Now, let's say you are a BA who is trying to optimize this process and you want to understand the process. What can you do? You will go and basically sit with the people who is doing the onboarding and take notes, understand how the process works, and then you can document the process, the challenges, the requirements, the recommendations, etc. Now, in order to do that, what you do is first you define the objective of the observation. The objective could be to understand the current state, to define the business objectives. It could be to understand the requirements. So you define the objectives of the observation. Then you prepare for the observation and conduct observation, where you go and sit with them and perform the observation. Now, there are two types of observation that you can do. First is active observation, where you will stop them in between and ask questions. The other is passive observation, where you are kind of like a fly on a wall, right? You can not interfere with what they are doing in any way. You just observe and take notes. Okay, so you conduct the observation and finally document them and present the observation findings back. So that is again a simple enough technique. The advantage is you can understand existing processes very well through job shadowing, either through an active or passive approach, and get very realistic, actual on the ground understanding of how things work. But the problem is that when you are there to do the observation, the employees might be very conscious and they might do things differently than how they are used to doing it. And they might also find it disruptive. And the last thing is, you cannot do this for uh, what is called a knowledge-based activity. This can be used for what is known as process step-by-step processes. So, for example, if you have a assembly line for making a car, you can definitely use this. But if you are looking to analyze the process of consulting, for example, right? Somebody is consulting to solve a problem, which is a pure knowledge work. You cannot use observation to understand how they are working, because you cannot see anything, right? They are basically thinking. There is nothing much is observable in that activity. Okay, so we covered two techniques. The first was document analysis. Second was observation. Third, that we now take a look at, is brainstorming. Now, what do you think is brainstorming? I'm sure many of you have done some sort of brainstorming in your life, even if it is not in a professional setting. Discuss the issues and come up with solutions. Yes, that is for multiple ideas and finding best, combining multiple ideas and finding the best. Okay, we'll discuss that. 360 towards project way forward, gives various point of view for a single need. Okay, good answers, many of those. Brainstorming is when we have a specific problem, opportunity, area of interest, and you need to identify something to do forward. Okay, let's say many of you are freshers. Okay, let's say you want to start a career. Now you have some educational background, but any educational background, you can possibly follow multiple career paths, right? You could choose from a number of different options. So one thing you might do is you might sit with your friends and maybe even your family, and you can brainstorm which is the best course of action for you. So you could come up with various options, right? So that is one example of brainstorming. Another example of brainstorming is, let's say in your family you want to buy a car. Now you want to discuss which car to buy, so you can brainstorm options as well. So it can apply to a wide variety of scenarios, but in our specific context of requirements and business analysis and elicitation, this is typically used for solving problems or coming up with additional options or creative ways of addressing challenges. In order to perform a brainstorming session is when a number of people will come together. There will be a problem presented or an area of interest presented. You will discuss the various options in front of you one by one. Everything will be recorded. Once everything is recorded, at the time of coming up with ideas, you wouldn't criticize or evaluate the ideas. You accept every idea, however ridiculous. In fact, it is better to accept ridiculous ideas, because what starts off as a ridiculous idea, people might build on it and it will become a better idea. That is how some of the best ideas come through. You build on each other's idea. You don't stop anyone from any idea, and eventually you will elicit. The goal is to elicit a number of ideas. We are not worried about quality in this, right? We are more worried about the quantity of ideas that you generate. The goal is to generate as many ideas as possible. Once you have created a large number of ideas, you will then start the evaluation and create a list, rate them, and distribute that. That is brainstorming. So you define a problem or an area of interest. You decide who needs to participate. You decide a time limit, and then you conduct the session where you basically everybody contributes. with ideas and that build on each other's ideas and record those ideas. And then you wrap up by evaluating the ideas and creating a list of ideas and circulating it. Brainstorming, the benefit is to create a large number of ideas in a short span of time. You can focus on the specific issue and come up with creative ways of solving problems. The challenge is that it always depends on the creativity of the group and their willingness to participate. Okay, so that is on brainstorming. I think there was a question somewhere. Any area where this technique works best, observation versus doc analysis. Now that is so I have, for some of the techniques, I have a summary where to use what. We will discuss that. But for document analysis, as an example, is something that can be used universally, right? There isn't any scenario where if you have a document available, you should not go through it. Right? So document analysis is more universal. Observation is used when you want to understand a repeatable process as to how it is being carried out. Okay, you cannot use it for knowledge work. You cannot use it for areas where your product is catering to a large number of users, or your product is being used by end consumers. In those scenarios, observation is probably unlikely to yield results. So, for example, in our style cart example, we are unlikely to use observation. Brainstorming is used when you want to create a large number of ideas in a short span of time. We'll come to the strengths and weaknesses in a minute. So what you do is, collaborative games is when you bring a bunch of people together and then you set a you establish a game, you establish a set of rules. Based on those rules, you generate ideas, and based on those ideas, you will select the idea that is most suitable for your specific need, and then you close the session. I think if you look at the actual examples of collaborative games, that will make more sense. So there are three that you have to know as part of the Babok guide. The first is called product box. So product box is used when you have to, it's an interactive game where you are trying to design a box for the product as if it was an actual physical product. Okay, so imagine for style cart, we want to create a new website. Okay, now imagine that actual website is like a washing machine. So if you were to create a washing machine, the washing machine will have a number of features. So you basically write on a piece of paper what are the features that should be there in the website, and create an actual product box which will contain all those features. Okay, so that is a product box. Okay, so it is used for if you were to create a new product or a system, for you to identify what features should be there and what is the priority of those features, so that you can use it to create a vision or a roadmap. Right, that is where you use the product box technique. Okay, the next one is affinity map. In this particular technique, what we do is that for a particular product, you identify a set of features. For each feature, you write down on a sticky note and you stick it to a whiteboard. And then similar features that are related to each other, you will group those together. So let's say you start with 20 features. After you do the affinity mapping, you will end up with 4 groups of 5 features each, right? The idea is to identify features that are related or similar. Okay, so that is affinity map. The third one is fishbowl. In fishbowl, what happens is that there are 2 groups. The first group will present an idea or a solution. The second group will ask questions about that particular idea or solution. The goal of this is to bring out assumptions that are not clearly understood for a particular solution or a product. Okay, so that is fishbowl. So these are the 3 collaborative games techniques that we can use for elicitation. Strength, this can build a common understanding of the problem. It follows the agile methodology. There are specific rules that needs to be followed for achieving the objectives. The challenges is that because this is set in the form of a game, people might consider it frivolous, trivial, so they may not participate. It can take some time, and if we are not very clear on the objectives or the rules of the game, it can be a little bit unproductive. So these are some of the limitations of collaborative games. Okay, if there are no questions on collaborative games, we will move on to workshops. Workshops is the most commonly used technique for elicitation. What you do in a workshop is you basically bring a group of people together. You discuss a problem. It could be the problems with canteen ordering system. It could be the ways to increase the online sales for Style Cart. It could be the features that are needed for implementing a new mobile banking application. It could be the requirements that needs to be met for implementing a new patient management system. Irrespective of the actual output that we are looking to achieve, you identify a set of people who needs to come together to solve this particular problem. You prepare those people, you arrange the meeting room, any supporting material required, etc. Identify the various roles within the workshop. It could be the sponsor, facilitator, note taker, scribe, timekeeper, participants. Then you conduct the workshop. So where you will start off by saying, we have basically come together to identify the requirements for the canteen order management system. Now we will start discussing from the perspective of top management, then that of employees, then that of the canteen staff, and then we will summarize the requirements and circulate it for everyone's review and sign off. And then once the workshop is completed, you go on with the discussion. When you are having the discussion, the BA will have to do the facilitation. What that means is that you should not get sidetracked. It could not digress. It should be, we spoke about facilitation skills, which is very critical here. Once it is completed, the summary of the meeting is produced and circulated so that everybody is aware of what were the conclusions from the workshop. This is the most common technique. Like I said, it's a very focused event. If there are different teams involved in a project, like in the canteen ordering system, there are employees, canteen staff, management, etc. They can bring together to provide requirements in a collaborative environment. Wherever decisions are required, we can take collective decisions, relatively short period of time and low cost. The challenge, however, is especially when it comes to fairly complex projects, there will be a large number of stakeholders involved. In order to get their time availability can be a challenge. It depends the output depends on the skill of the facilitator to guide the group in the workshop, as well as the knowledge of the participant. So if you have really junior people participating, that may not help. So you need to make sure that the right level of seniority is represented in the workshop. If there are way too many participants, like too many cooks spoil the broth, so you cannot arrive at any conclusion if there are way too many. If there are too few participants, that there might be important information that might be missed out. So you need to be careful around those things. The elicitation way would be chosen by BA only, or any stakeholder would have any stay in it. Stakeholders will have say in it. So when you are creating the business analysis approach, you will say the technique, elicitation technique that you are going to use, right? So you will say, okay, you be using workshops. Now the stakeholder might say that the teams that are going to be involved in this project are geographically distributed. So it is very difficult for us to bring them together at the same time. So workshops is not possible. Why don't we go with interviews? So that can be an input from the stakeholder, right? So stakeholders will definitely have say in it. We need to remember, we need to get the both the business analysis approach and the elicitation activity plan agreed with the stakeholders, so that they are aware how we are going to address it. So stakeholders definitely have a say in which elicitation technique to use. Okay, that takes us to the next one, which is focus groups. Okay, focus groups are used when you want feedback on a specific problem. Okay, so an example is, let's say you are creating a movie. You are a studio which is producing a movie, and the movie is produced. You have shot a number of scenes, you edited it, and you created one final movie. What typically the more advanced studios do nowadays is they will screen the movie for a focus group. Now the focus group will be very carefully picked. Now, depending on the movie, so for example, if it is an action movie, there is a certain demographic which is more likely to see an action movie than, say, for example, a romantic comedy, correct? So depending on the type of movie, they will pick a specific focus group, and the focus group will be made to watch the end-to-end movie, the complete movie, and they will be made ask some questions. Which were the parts that you liked the most? What about the movie made you feel bored? What about the movie made you feel happy, etc.? And based on that inputs, they might re-edit the movie so that the final product that comes out is a success, right? That is an example of a focus group. Another example of a focus group is, let's say you want to introduce a new product in the market. Like, let's say you want to introduce a new phone, right? So you might bring again a new focus group. Let's say you want to introduce a phone which is targeting people who does not have access to a charger or a charging point for a very long. Now that is not the case. There are power banks and whatnot. So anyway, I'm just imagine a hypothetical scenario. So you want people, you want to create a phone for a market where people does not have access to charging for a long time. Now you again select a focus group. You conduct a discussion where you ask questions about what is it that they are looking for in a phone, what are the features that they think are most important, what are the features that they think are okay, what are the features that they think are completely useless, and then you decide what kind of features to build into the product. So those are examples where you use focus group. So you define a set of objectives and plan the location, budget, timeline, and outcome and participants. You create a guide. So focus groups are often guided. There are specific questions where you ask each participant and they will provide the answer. There will be a moderator who will guide the focus group. There will be somebody who will record the session. And once the discussion is completed, the results are published and decisions are made on the back of it. The strength is it's a group environment. It is interactive. The participants are qualified and homogeneous or heterogeneous depending on the specific goal. The research is qualitative and very cost effective. Sometimes what happens is that there are some people who are much more articulate than others. They might take over the entire session and we may not get a very representative set of inputs. So the moderator needs to be very clear or that people have to be, everybody has to speak. And then there could be, you may not be able to, you may not be willing to give negative feedback because you are not a person who is disagreeable. So those kind of concerns are there with focus groups. If not, I think Diksha, if it was you who asked about surveys and questionnaire, so we will discuss survey and questionnaire next. Survey and questionnaire. I think the best example is after our session, you will be given a link where you will be asked your opinion about the session, right? So on a scale of 1 to 5, how did you like the session? What did you like about the session? And there will be a few questions about various aspects of the session, right? That is an example of a survey. Or when you go to, let's say, some site and make a purchase, after the purchase, they might ask you a question. How did you like the experience of making the purchase, right? A survey or a questionnaire is basically you create a survey, which is used. You create a survey with a specific objective. You might want to understand how somebody liked a product, a process, an outcome, right? Based on that, you create a set of questions. You select the right survey type, whether you want open-ended questions, whether you want close-ended questions, whether what kind of rating you want to use. You want to use, the most common survey types follow. Okay, they will give you a statement and 5 options: strongly disagree, disagree, neutral, neither agree, not disagree, agree, strongly agree, something like that. And you answer those, and then they collect the answers, and then the overall answers are then kind of reviewed and analyzed to derive insights and conclusions, right? So for example, customer success index, I think that was a example that somebody gave. That is an example of something that is arrived at through a survey or a questionnaire. Strength is very easy to distribute. You can send it through emails, through WhatsApp, through other communication channels. It is easy to collect back. It is easy to analyze. It provides some feedback about various aspects like customer, product, work practices, etc. It is relatively inexpensive and quick, efficient and effective if you are geographically distributed. What is close-ended and what is open-ended? Close-ended is when you provide a set of options to choose from, like strongly disagree, do not agree or disagree, agree, strongly agree. Open-ended is when you provide a free-form text where you can input whatever you want. The limitation is the response rate is typically very low, which reminds me, at least all of you, make sure that you respond to the course feedback at the end. But one of the problems with surveys is that when you send out the surveys, the response is often low. There could be questions that can be considered ambiguous. And the last is, if you have too many open-ended questions, I think this was what my point was to Diksha, which is if you are collecting requirements, you want to have open-ended questions. And when you want to have open-ended questions, if you have too many open-ended questions and you collect that information from 1,000 people, it can be really difficult for you to analyze and summarize and derive conclusions from open-ended questions. So surveys are not the best um, technique for collecting requirements. They are probably the best technique for collecting feedback, because the feedback can be much more objective than say requirements. Okay, that takes us to the next technique, which is prototyping. Does any of you know anything about prototyping? I'm sure some of you would have heard about prototypes. What do you want? You want a hybrid, a library management system. So, management system. This is going to look like this. I'm going to make it a little bigger and maybe capitalize this. Okay. Okay, so I have a library management system. In that, I want to add book, add, I'm going to call it add book only. So this is the screen that we are building under the library management system. I'm going to slightly make it bigger. Okay. Now in that there is a set of requirements that they have given. So the first is the RFID tag. So it should have the RFID tag. So let me add the RFID tag. RFID tag. You need a field to enter the RFID tag. So I'll use a shape for this. I'll use a curved rectangle for this. Okay. Make it a little bit something like this. What is the next field you need? You need, where was that? You need author, book name. I'm going to copy these two. Okay. There are a few more fields. I'm going to not do each of that, right? What I will do then is basically you need to add book or cancel. Okay. Now you can make it better. For example, let's say you want to insert some icons where you say, what would be a good icon? I think book, right? You can have something like this, right? Then you can do something along the lines of, so often what happens is there are a number of screens. You should be able to navigate across those screens. Now you will provide, so for example, search, home, return, reports, and if you want, you can even make this a hyperlink. I'm going to just provide a random this thing. So okay, so this is how the add book tag, add book page in my library management system will look like. So this is an example, right? You can move this a little bit to the left and you can add more fields here. So this is one way of creating a prototype or a wireframe or a mock screen. Okay, this is one of the tasks that you have to do for the Stanford library management system project, right? The benefit of this is, let's say they will look at this and say, okay, RFID tag has to be mandatory. So you can make that mandatory and provide a kind of a star in red color maybe here, right? So that will, but they can say there could be some books where you don't have the name of the author. That's okay, or maybe it's mandatory. I don't know. So you can discuss with stakeholders what all these things are required, right? So you can then show this to the stakeholders, and they will provide you more and more requirements and changes to the requirements. That is the idea of um, a prototype. Yeah, yeah. Issue date, help option, right? Good. So we can have a help here. Let's say help, right? So okay. But you understand the concept, right? Obviously there are more details that needs to be added into this thing before you can submit it. But is this clear in terms of the concept? Said I need to create a new web page. They said, okay, add a screen for a library, add book screen for a library management system with the following fields, right? So they ended up creating something like, right. Sorry, I'm not able to see the first one. So basically, I gave this thing, and they created it. But the top details were not there. Only the book title, RFID, this information was there. So let me see if that comes through. See, so this is the first screen that came through. So there is the RFID number, book title, author name, publisher name, etc., is there, right? And then you have save book or reset form. So there are two buttons at the bottom. So this is created based on that prompt. Okay. Then what I did was, okay, I'm okay with this, but I want on the top of the screen provide links to a dashboard in a single line, and then provide links to home, search, issue, return, reports, and add. And that is when they created the second screen, which is right. So they created a more detailed screen where they have the dashboard, then there is search, issue, return, reports, and then the add page, which has exactly the same details below, right? So this is how you can easily make changes to the wireframes or to the prototype. And this would be very useful, especially when you are doing your projects at the end of the course. And at the end of the entire course, there will be, I think, one other project as well. So it would be useful for you. Okay. So what is prototyping? Prototyping is when you create some sort of a representation of your final solution in order to show that your stakeholders, so that they can provide you feedback as well as provide you more requirements, right? That is a way of getting elicitation from your stakeholders. Now, there are two broad types of prototypes. The first one is called throwaway prototypes. So, for example, the one which I created in my PowerPoint, you cannot do anything. You cannot convert that into anything. It means absolutely nothing. You have to discard it once you agree the requirements with your stakeholders. Whereas the one which I created using Figma, you will get the HTML code behind it, which you can reuse or you can convert into your actual project. That kind of a prototype is called an evolutionary prototype. So an evolutionary prototype is built in such a way that you can use the prototype to build additional functionality into it. That is called evolutionary prototype. Throwaway prototype is used when you create a prototype. It is the only purpose of it is that you get feedback from your stakeholders, and once you get the feedback from the stakeholders, you throw away. You literally throw it away, which is why it is called throwaway. And evolutionary is when you evolve that into the final product. Okay, Figma, how to get the prompt. So you have to write the prompt, Akhilesh. So you need to call out exactly what you want in the page, so that the system is able to provide you the prompt. So, for example, in our example, I first provided a prompt where I said, okay, I want add book page which has these particular fields, and it provided me that. And then I said, okay, I want, in addition to this, I want a top kind of a bar where all those links are provided, and then they added that into the page. So you might have to go through a couple of these iterations before you arrive at your um, final what you call final mock screen or final prototype. Okay, so that's how you I mean, there is no magic prompting technique. You just need to work through it in order to arrive at the final mock screen. um, Figma will be used everywhere to. No, you can use a number of different uh, techniques or tools. We use PowerPoint, we can use Word. There are other tools like Balsamic, Sketch, Adobe, I don't know, some people pronounce it as Adobe XD, Illustrator, UX Pin, InVision Studio, mockups. So there are a number of techniques or number of tools that is available in in the market for creating the mockups or prototypes. Okay, the most common ones are Word, PowerPoint, and then either Figma or Balsamic. Those are the ones that is most commonly used. Figma is available at companies' workspaces, or is it just for our projects, or any other software BAs use in place of Figma in day-to-day work? Uh, Typically, Figma is kind of like a very cutting edge kind of thing. So if you're talking about big, slightly conservative organizations, I doubt if they will have access to Figma. But you can check within your organization. If not Figma, they might have, for example, Balsamic. They might have Adobe. Adobe is a more common mockup tool that is used in large organizations because it is a bit more established kind of a solution. Okay, Diksha, and this can vary on different projects. I think, Akhilesh, you are continuing your question, which is the prompt. Yes, the prompt, but if you think about, let's take an example. Since you asked that question, let's take let's take uh, our canteen management example. Let me just go there. What does the question say? Okay, so let's say, so this is the, I'm going to ping this in the chat for everyone to read. Draw wireframes or mock screens for any two of the features, namely menu creation and any other feature as deemed fit by the student. So this is from the Unilever canteen management, canteen order system project. Okay, so let's look at what is there in menu creation, right? Uh, System should consider. Okay, so what we will do is I want you to think about this. If you want, you can refer to the case study. Take a minute, think about this, and write a prompt which I will pick the best prompt that comes through in the chat, and then I'll see if we can run this through Figma to see if they can provide a response. Right? Let's try this. So, what should the menu creation be like? Does the project say something along that? Going to creating that's fine. Business objectives is fine. Okay, so let's say menu creation. What should be there? The name of the food item, the price, and maybe a small description. That should be enough. Okay, we need a marker of whether it is veg or non-veg. Okay, that's a good one. Maybe if there are any allergens, we might want to call that out. Okay, so we agree that the menu, no, not, so this is not for ordering, correct, Purva? We are talking about creating a new menu. So you are the administrator from the canteen. So you are basically creating a new menu item. So each menu item should have a particular um, uh, this thing, right? So it would have a it would have a it would have an you need to create that items, right? So let me once again. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's say, so what all the things we agreed. So the first thing that we need is the title. So for example, this would be title or name of the item, right? Second is a description, which will be, so name of the item, let's say, will be 30 characters max. Description is like 200 characters max. Then you have veg / non-veg. This is a let's call it a radio button. Okay, radio button is basically where you have two circles and you can only select one of them. Then you have calories, somebody mentioned in key. Okay, what else was there? Somebody mentioned price tag. Yes, price in dollar. Okay, let's say quick, again radio button, yes or no, yes or okay, then combos with veg and non-veg. Yeah, let's keep this to 8, right? So let's this is enough. The 6 is a good number, right? Somebody had asked for the link. This is an internet tool. You can just search and then click on that. You don't have to download it. Yeah. So we will stick to this. So this is the list of what you call this is a list of fields that should be there in the screen, and then there should be a add and cancel buttons at the bottom, right? Then what else is there? Top banner should say Unilever canteen order management system. What else? What else should be there? Anything else? Can any of you try and write the prompt for giving this to yeah, so that's fine. Let's agree. I mean, we can obviously find out more stuff. That's not important here. I think what we will do is um, we will I'll ping this to the in the group chat. Convert this into a prompt, basically. Each of you, as many of you as you can post, as you can, right? Convert this into a prompt. I'll pick the first prompt that comes through, and then put that in Figma and see what response we get. Right. So they have provided this, right? Vegetarian, non-vegetarian, calories, price, save menu item, reset. Yeah, as simple as that. Now you can do this even manually, right? So you can drag the text. You can create buttons. You can create page elements, etc. You can do it that way as well, but that obviously is much more time. Yeah. Okay. So hopefully that gives you a sense of how best to create your what do you call your screens, right? Let me see some of the other inputs. Let's just prepare the menu screen for the top banner with top banner management system. We'll have, okay, that's a good enough. Design a clean and modern form UI for a web application. Top banner, text title, corporate look, clean, okay. Form layout, centered, card layout, name of the item, but add, cancel, buttons aligned horizontally, primarily. Okay, I think this is a little bit more detailed. I think I really like the one written by, who was that? Ashish, I think. Okay, we covered throwaway and evolutionary prototype. Now, there are a few different examples of prototypes that you can create. The first is proof of concept. In proof of concept, you are basically trying to prove that something is technically feasible. So for example, let's say you want to implement a system where if somebody makes a transaction using a credit card, which is a fraudulent transaction, you are able to flag that. So that is the system that you want to build, right? So you can maybe use some existing data, and then you can use that to prove that you are able to implement a solution where you are able to identify those transactions that were genuine and those transactions that were fraudulent, right? So that's an example of where you might want to implement a system which will tell you the where you can prove that something is likely to work. Okay. So that is that is proof of concept. Another example could be that people might, you are familiar with, I think, wearable tech, which is when you have things like your smartwatches, or you have smart rings which measures things like your heartbeat, the number of steps that you have walked, etc. You might start off with a proof of concept where you say, okay, we just want to see if we can measure the temperature accurately of a person by wearing a watch, right? So that's basically an example of your proof of concept. The proof of concept is generally do not make to the, I don't know why my screen keeps unsharing. It generally do not make it to the users. Okay, it generally goes, it's generally is used internally within the organization just to check the viability or the feasibility of a particular idea. That is proof of concept. Second is a usability prototype. Now, usability prototype is when you are more focused on the ease of use of something than anything else. Okay, so the focus here is the ease of use. Okay, right. So that's usability prototype. Visual prototype will focus more on the look and feel, right? Which is where we want the exact professional look. It should look, the branding is important, those kind of stuff. That is when you use something like a visual prototype. And finally, you have functional prototype, where the important consideration is that it should work. The look is less important, the usability is less important, it should work. That is the more focus of functional prototype. So those are the different types of prototypes that we have. Um, uh, just at a high level, POC, proof of concept, is focused on, can it be built? Is it feasible? It's generally used internally. It typically is more technical and less involving users. Usability prototype, on the other hand, is looking at how easy is it for users to access. So the example that I have always given is, you guys are probably all too young to maybe follow the example that I'm going to give you, but bear with me for a second. Sometime in the mid to second part of 2000s, so around 2005, 2006, 2007, is when there was a boom in all these kind of online booking systems or booking applications, right? So things like, in India, Make My Trip; in globally, I think Booking.com, TripAdvisor, Agoda. So all these what do you call, websites or applications came into being sometime in 2000s. Now, what is really astounding from the perspective of from usability is that nobody taught you, for example, how to book a hotel in Booking.com or how to search for a hotel in TripAdvisor. You could do it simply by looking at their screen. You could say, okay, if I enter this information here, I should be able to kind of do this. Or if you take as an example Uber, right? You don't need to know how to use Uber. You don't refer to a study manual. You go to Uber and you know, okay, if I enter where I want to go here and then select where I am, I should be able to get a cab. So that was intuitively possible for a user to follow. So if you are building a solution where you expect a large number of people with varying amount of education, varying amount of intelligence, etc., so mass customer, if you want them to adopt your solution without extensive training, then usability is extremely important. Visual prototype is used for making sure that whether the solution looks right, and functional prototype is focused on whether it works. Yeah, because those are very user friendly. Oh, this is the output that you code. Actually, it looks good, I should say. Oh, great. Okay. This should be excellent because now you have already done several parts of your project. Great. Okay. Let's move on. The methods, storyboarding. You might have seen cartoons in a newspaper like Calvin and Hobbes or Dilbert or Garfield the cat. So all those things are examples of storyboarding. So you can represent a requirement in the form of a visual story. That's when you use storyboarding. Paper prototyping, as the name suggests, you literally draw on a piece of paper how your website is going to look, which is, as you can say, it's a throwaway prototype. Workflow modeling is when you represent the workflow. So, for example, you might again, to go back to our account opening workflow. So account opening has a series of steps. You might represent that as a flow chart. That is an example of a workflow modeling prototype. And then the last one is simulation. Simulation is when you create a scenario to represent an actual scenario. So if you remember, when we looked at non-functional requirements, we said things like the system should be, the application should be able to support 10,000 concurrent users at a time. Now, how are you going to test 10,000 concurrent users before you launch it into production? That is where simulation comes into picture. So there are tools that will help you to simulate the 10,000 user scenario without actually having 10,000 users being present. So prototyping, where we are simulating real life scenarios, is called simulation. Okay, is prototyping clear? Now, obviously, the benefit is that you can get a very clear idea of what is going to be the final product. The user experience and functionality can be balanced better. It can become the basis for final solution. You will get early feedback even before the solution is implemented. The limitation is that the users might focus more on the visual aspect of it. They might have very high expectations. Okay, he has shown me something which looks like my solution, so it means that it will only take him a few weeks to complete my final application, right? So those kind of unrealistic expectation might be there, and people get very focused on this minor details sometimes, right? Like, I don't know if you are familiar with the color of the bike park in nuclear plant problem, which is okay. I'll explain it to you. So if you imagine you are building a nuclear power plant, right? Now, there are a number of very important decisions there. So, for example, you need to decide which fuel, what exact fuel to use in the nuclear reactor, what kind of cooling system to use, how to generate electricity out of the nuclear reaction, and all those kind of stuff. These discussions will get completed very quickly because there will be very few technical experts who will know anything about any of these things, right? Nobody knows, right? Only very few people on the planet knows how to design an actual nuclear power plant. So those things will get decided very quickly. What happens is that you decide, and eventually you reach the question of, okay, in order to park the vehicles of the employees that work in the nuclear power plant, you need a set of sheds, right, where they will park their vehicles. Now you need to color, you need to paint those sheds. Now this is not at all critical for the power plant. Irrespective of what awful color you paint the park in, your nuclear reactor will work as perfectly as as you design it, right? But this is a topic where everybody will have an opinion because it is easy to have an opinion. So that is the problem with prototype, where you can have a lot of opinion on, okay, this should not be purple, it should be like light purple, it should be dark purple. So this is something which people might get kind of obsessed about, the look and feel. So that's something which you need to kind of drive, saying that, okay, those things we can worry about later. The focus is to get the actual requirements. So can we focus on that? So that's something that you need to be aware of when you are using prototyping. In prototyping, do we have priorities? Generally, the priority of the functionality will drive the priority of the prototyping. So, for example, if you are designing Uber, you are, I hope everybody is familiar what with Uber is. If anybody is not, it is something which is used for booking cabs using your phone. Um, uh, Basically, your focus should be on the user being able to hail a cab, right? So that core functionality should be your priority. Even when you are prototyping, that should be your priority. There could be ads that you want to, now you might want to add advertisements on your Uber product, but that is not a high priority at the original stage. So it will have priorities based on what you are developing. Diksha. Okay, let's move on to interface analysis. So, when you are building a solution, your solution might need to speak with other solution components. Your solution needs to speak with other users, right? So, any boundary where two components or two solutions or a solution and a human being needs to interact with each other is called an interface. An interface is a place where two solutions talk to each other or exchange information and data with each other, so that, or a human being and a solution talk to each other. So for example, if you go into an ATM, the ATM has a set of screens. That is an example of an interface. If you log into a website, that website will have an interface, their user interface. So most of the times, when it is a user that is having that is one side of the exchange of information, that is called a user interface. But there can be other interfaces also. So imagine, remember we spoke about building a mobile app or an internet application, right? So the mobile application will have to show you your current account balance. How will it do that? It will have to call what is known as your core banking application. So when it calls that core banking application, it needs to provide some information to the core banking application, and the core banking application needs to provide something back to the mobile banking, so that the mobile banking system can make that information available for the customer. So definition of these interfaces, analysis of these interfaces is done using this interface analysis technique. Okay, examples are external interface like ATM, laptop, mobile, etc. Interface between systems, what is known as application process interfaces or APIs, which is used to interface with some other system. The interface can even be a hardware device. Now, how are you going to manage the interface analysis? You need to understand the scope of your solution, and then using interviews and observations, you identify the interfaces. So first step is to identify which are the interfaces that I am interested in my particular solution, uh, and then provide the context for eliciting more information so that we can get information from the interface. Then understand the interface and provide the solution with the context diagram so that you can understand that interface better. So if you take an example of, first let's talk about the canteen order management system, right? So in that particular example, there has to be an interface for your employees. So we need to define what kind of interface they are going to use. Is that going to be on their mobile phone? Is that going to be on their computer, laptop? And how is that interface going to be? There probably is going to be an interface for the canteen staff, which is going to be slightly different. There is probably an interface for the delivery boy, and there might be a system interface, as I think Akash mentioned when he was talking about Ashish mentioned when he was talking about the stakeholders. There might be an interface with the payroll system. If the payment is made directly from the pay at the end of the month, salary at the end of the month, then you might build a payroll integration as well. So that could be another interface. You identify the interface and then you define the interface. What is the name of the interface? It is the interface between the canteen order management system and the payroll system of the organization. What is the coverage? The canteen order management system will send the employee ID, name, and a set of payment, or maybe an actual dollar amount for a month. The payroll system will deduct that from the employee's amount, pay that into the canteen's account number or account, and then send that reference back as a response. Yeah, exchange method, messaging format, and exchange frequency. So you define all these things for each of the several interfaces for the solution, and that will become your interface analysis. Okay, I'll take that as yes. Let's move on to the next one, which is interviews. Okay, so what happens in an interview? An interview is where you go to typically one person. It can happen with more people also, but that is a very rare scenario. uh, what happens is that you go to one of your stakeholders, you ask them a set of questions, and they provide you the answers to your questions. You document the answers to your questions, and that becomes your requirements or your elicitation results. That is simply the technique of interview. Now, the depending on where you and your stakeholders are located, it can be face to face, or it can be through something like a Zoom or a video conferencing. It can even be asynchronous, in the sense that it can be through something like a chat, right, where you ask questions and they respond. So it doesn't happen immediately, it happens after some time, right? So that is when it can be asynchronous, or it can be at the same time, which is synchronous. It can be structured. Structured is when you define, okay, these are the 5 questions that I'm going to ask them, irrespective of what their answer is going to be. Unstructured is when you ask them a question, they give you an answer, and depending on the answer, you ask further questions, clarifications, etc. So that's where you have an unstructured interview. Now, the biggest concern is around the uh, the willingness of the interviewee to provide the information, and the experience of the interviewer to get the information out of the stakeholder. So that will define the structure of the interview technique. You need a lot of time. So because if you have, let's say, 5 stakeholders, for each of them, if you conduct interview, it is going to take a lot of time. Okay, the steps, like any conduct elicitation technique, what you do is you plan for it first. You, okay, what are you trying to achieve? Are you going to understand the current state? Are you going to understand the business requirements? Are you going to understand the problem that they are having, or are you going to get a different perspective on requirements and designs that you already created? So you define the goals, you identify the interviewees, you tell them your goal so that they can also come prepared for it. Then you design the questions. We already discussed close-ended versus open-ended when we discussed survey or questionnaire. Close-ended is when you give a limited set of responses to them. Open-ended is when they can provide whatever questions, whatever answers that they want to. Typically in interviews, I don't think we use a lot of close-ended questions, because that's not really useful. And then you set up the logistics for the interview. You make sure that you have the video call or the meeting room available, your stakeholders available, etc. There could be questions after your interview where you might reach out to the interviewee, and finally you summarize everything and share it with the stakeholder so that you can confirm the results. What if the interface details provided needs work? What I mean by this is, by that is that there are some miss in the same. Can we provide suggestions on the same? Um, so Diksha, I am not 100% sure if I follow your question. So typically, what a BA is expected to do is that they are supposed to define the interface. Okay, so I'll give you an example, right? So one of the projects that I am currently doing is to enable what is known as a positive pay. What is positive pay? So when you are issuing a check, right? Let's say I issue a check in the name of Diksha. I will have to go to my bank and tell them that I have issued this check in the name of Diksha. So only if Diksha submits that check can be honored. If somebody else checks, if Ashish submits that check, it cannot be honored. So this avoids fraud in checks, right? So if I create a counterfeit check, if you have seen the movie Catch Me If You Can by Leonardo DiCaprio, you would know how there are counterfeit checks. So if I create a counterfeit check and submit it to the bank, if positive pay is there, it will stop that check from being honored. So fraud in check can be prevented by this. Now, the way they do this is the check positive pay system needs to send. So you go to your let's say internet banking system and update there for all checks above a certain amount. Let's say any check which is above $1,000, you need to go and enter the beneficiary name in your bank's in internet banking platform, where you go and say my check number 1234 is issued to Bijo. Okay, so that information will have to then feed into a separate system where the clerk who sits in the bank, when they get the check, they will enter the name, okay, Bijo Mani, check number so and so. That point, the system will alert them saying that this check is issued against Bijo or it is not issued against Bijo. So if it is not issued against Bijo, they will deny the check, right? So you need to send a feed from your internet banking system to the system used by the check cashier, so that the cashier system can validate it and then provide a response saying that this is correct or incorrect in terms of check. Now the problem is, when in the internet banking system, the size of the name of the check, the name on the check can be up to 40 characters. In the feed that we are sending, it is limited to 35 characters. So what I am currently doing is some analysis to understand what are the scenarios where the name that I have can go longer than the number of fields that are available in the feed or the interface. So that analysis has to be done by the business analyst, and they have to own that interface. So you need to ask to your business, to the business who is at the other side of the spectrum, as well as the technical team who is there on the other side of the spectrum. So it could be that they might increase the size of the field to 40 characters, or it could be that you might reduce the size in your internet banking to 35 characters. But you need to basically do that analysis to understand how does that interface work between two systems, and how you are going to solve problems where there are any identified. Okay, does that answer your question, or is it still unclear? Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next technique is mind mapping. So mind mapping, like brainstorming, is a new idea generation technique. Okay, what we are trying to do when we are doing a mind mapping is we create a central topic, and then you look for associated topics, and then associated topics to that, and then go on and go forth until you identify a set of things that you need to take care of in order to achieve a certain goal or a certain implement a certain idea. That is the concept of mind mapping. Let's take a look at example, right? Let's take a look at an example. So business analysis is the central idea. Now for business analysis, there are 6 associated ideas. So we have planning and monitoring, life cycle management, strategy analysis, solution evaluation, and requirement analysis and design definition. And for elicitation and collaboration, there are another 5 ideas, which is prepare, conduct, confirm, communicate, and manage stakeholder collaboration. So this kind of a thought process where you look at a central idea and then break that down into sub ideas and then further break that down into further sub ideas is called mind mapping. Okay. Let me just think of another example. Let's say, okay, so I want to reduce weight. So that's my central idea, like I said, right? Now, what can be the sub ideas? The one can be you need to exercise regularly, strength training, right? That can be one sub idea. One can be diet, so you need to follow a very specific diet. The other idea can be take enough rest or make sure that you have sufficient sleep. Then there could be regular health checkups or something like that. That could be the fourth idea. And then in exercise, it could be walking, it could be strength training, it could be high intensity interval training, it could be running, cardio, whatever, right? In diet, it could be sufficient protein within the calorie, whatever, right? Basal metabolic rate or whatever, right? So that kind of a representation where now these are all things which we already know, right? Mind mapping is particularly powerful if you were to think of a new idea. Let's say you have a problem, okay, and you want to solve it innovatively. That is when this will become significantly more powerful. Okay, so that's mind mapping. So it could be a stakeholder, it could be a document. So you will verify it against the document or against with the stakeholder. Also, you will confirm the elicitation results against the other elicitation results that might be there. So it could be something that was done few years back for another project, or it could be some conflicting information from two different stakeholders. So you will ensure those are consistent. The guidelines and tools are elicitation activity plan. So in the elicitation activity plan, along with elicitation, it will also call out the confirm elicitation part. And the other guideline is the existing business analysis information. Techniques that can be used are document analysis. We discussed document analysis. So you can use document analysis to review elicitation results against the document. Reviews, we will cover that in the future. You can interview stakeholders where we walk them through the elicitation results. And then workshops where you, as a group, will review the elicitation results. These are the techniques that you can use. The stakeholders who will be involved are domain SME primarily, but any stakeholder can be involved in the confirming elicitation result activity. Like I said, it's a very small task. Hopefully things should be better now. So let me repeat. So confirming elicitation results is basically we conducted elicitation, we got the unconfirmed elicitation results. We are confirming that the elicitation results are accurate. This is to make sure that the requirements or the elicitation results are accurate and consistent with each other. So in order to do that, we do that in two ways. The first is that from the source where we received the elicitation results, we confirm the elicitation results against that source. So most likely you received your elicitation results from a stakeholder. So you will present it back to the stakeholder and ask him or her to confirm that the elicitation results that you captured are accurate. So that is one way of confirming elicitation results. Now, most of the time, there will be other elicitation results. So it could be with a different stakeholder, or it could be old elicitation results that you have captured as part of other projects or in the past projects. So that is other elicitation results. So you will make sure that your current elicitation results are consistent or in alignment with the other elicitation results as well. So this is just to make sure that the information that you captured is correct. That's it. You can use as guidelines the elicitation activity plan, which will spell out how are you going to conduct the elicitation and confirm the elicitation results. You can also refer to existing business analysis information, because that is important that you confirm the elicitation results against the existing business analysis information. Okay, techniques that you are going to use are document analysis, reviews, interviews, and workshops. Again, to make sure that the information that you received from elicitation is accurate and agrees with the other information as well. Stakeholders, domain SME can be a key stakeholder for this. But you can practically involve any stakeholder for confirming the elicitation results. Okay, I know we kind of went through confirming elicitation results slightly fast, but it is the same concept, which is you got something from your stakeholders, you replay it back to them, so that there is a shared understanding of that information that you received. Okay. So now we will move to communicate business analysis information. So far, the first three tasks that we covered in elicitation and collaboration knowledge area has been about getting information from stakeholders. So you will prepare for it by doing a lot of stuff. Then you conduct to get that information. And once you get that information, you confirm it back with them. Okay. So that concludes the elicitation part of our knowledge area. The next is collaboration. So the first one is communicate business analysis information. Let's look at that, right? The goal of this is if you are working with your stakeholders in a project, there should be a shared understanding of the business analysis information. So that is the goal of communicating business analysis information. So there should be ongoing communication between the business analysis team and the stakeholders to make sure that both of those teams has a shared view of the business analysis information. So the inputs into this are business analysis information and stakeholder engagement approach. So let's take the Unilever example. So we mentioned previously that different stakeholders will have different communication needs, right? So the employee representative who is involved in the project, as well as the staff expert, probably will get information on a daily basis, if not maximum on a weekly basis. Whereas somebody like a senior manager, like a head of operations, would only receive information once every 2 weeks, maybe once every month, as the case may be. So that stakeholder engagement approach will influence how frequently are we sharing, and how at what level of abstraction are we sharing the business analysis information with various stakeholders. The output is that the business analysis information is communicated with the stakeholders. Okay, what are the different elements of communicate business analysis information? So first is to determine the objective and the format of communication, right? So if you take the example of employee representative, or the canteen staff representative, they need to on a regular basis receive business analysis information so that they can correct or provide feedback on the business analysis information, right? Whereas if you have somebody like a senior manager or a head of operations, they need to receive the business analysis information only to understand that the project is on track and is going in the right direction. They don't need to go to, for example, the employee screen and say, okay, there should be an option for me to cancel once I enter all the detail, right? That is not relevant from the senior management perspective. That is relevant from the employee perspective. So, depending on the stakeholder, you need to define, okay, the input that is going to go to the business analysis stakeholders will vary depending on the objective. So, the first set of stakeholders is, for example, your employee representative or canteen staff representative. They will get the detailed requirements, the detailed screen mock-ups, the detailed process flows. All those things will be provided to them. The senior management will probably get a high level status report, which might say, okay, we are on track. These are the key things that we have done. These are the things that we are going to do. This is the plan. This is the issue. This is where we need support. Okay. Then you create, so based on that objective and format, you create a package. A package is nothing but a set of data or set of information, which can be either in the form of formal documentation like a BRD or an FSD, or in the form of an informal documentation, which is increasingly become more commonplace these days. It could be in Confluence, it could be in Jira, it could even be in the form of a document. It could be in the form of a presentation where we call out the status report and the key issues or key challenges and key risks. So you create a package depending on the objective and the format, and then you share that with your stakeholder. So that's basically the communicate business analysis information task. Guidelines and tool. Business analysis approach will provide guidelines. Information management will also provide guidelines in the sense that where are you going to store this information so that it is easily available by your stakeholders. Techniques that you can use are interviews for communicating information, review business analysis information, and build consensus through workshops for approval. Stakeholders are all stakeholders, especially tester, customer, end user, domain SME, and implementation SME. The goal is to build that common understanding of the business analysis information. So, to summarize, let's take the example of our library management software in Stanford University. Let's say you will have somebody from the library team. So they will be your primary domain SME. So on an ongoing basis, you will share the elicitation results and business analysis information with them, either in the form of formal documentation like BRD or in the form of informal documentation like, let's say, a set of Jiras or a set of Confluence pages. You will provide a monthly update to the chancellor or the vice chancellor, who is in charge of developing the solution. It will involve things like what has been done in the last 1 month, what are we going to do in the next 1 month, what are the key focus areas, what are the high level requirements or the business goals that we are going to achieve, and what are the areas where you require support. So that is basically business analysis communication or communicate business analysis information. Okay, so we have communicated the information on a regular basis, but how do you ensure that there is an ongoing collaboration with your stakeholders? Okay, it's not just enough that they are getting the status updates or the requirements or the update or the details. You need to ensure that on a shared basis, the entire team, including your stakeholders, are working towards the final common goal. For example, in the canteen order management system, implementing the Unilever canteen order management system, in the library management system, implementing the library management system, right? The inputs that are required for stakeholder engagement are the stakeholder engagement approach, which will tell you how to engage with various stakeholders, and the business analysis performance assessment, which will provide pointers on what can be done better compared to past projects. And the output is a engagement of your stakeholders on an ongoing basis. So the first thing that you will do when you are dealing with making sure that there is an engagement with stakeholders is to agree what are the expectations that we have from your stakeholders. For example, you are not going to expect that your the vice chancellor of the University of Stanford, who is the sponsor for your library management software, is going to turn up for every working group. That is not going to happen, right? But you can have a monthly project steering committee where you can provide updates to him and provide his feedback and receive his feedback. So you need to explain to the vice chancellor that we want you to come and join this monthly steering committee and listen to our concerns and provide your inputs and feedback. So that is a time and resource commitment from the vice chancellor. Similarly, from the library staff, you might require some time to be spent every day to walk you through the requirements. And then once you complete the requirements, for them to review the documented requirements and provide you feedback and changes where required. So this is again time and resource commitment that they should agree so that we can make sure that there is ongoing engagement with the stakeholders. Once you agree that in the beginning and once the project gets in its way, what you should do is you should monitor how engaged are your stakeholders. Okay, so for example, you have set up a monthly steering committee. Your vice chancellor is supposed to join every week, but for the past 4 months he has not joined, right? So that's something which is a problem. Or let's say the head of the chief librarian, let's say, he joins but he doesn't contribute in any meaningful way. He just joins, listens to the call passively while probably doing something else and then drops off. So you need to monitor that engagement on a ongoing basis, right? So if they are not providing a lot of inputs or feedbacks, just check with them. Are you okay to continue to play this role? Is there any concerns? So that they are going to actively get involved in the project and in the implementation. So through this, you will ensure that there is ongoing collaboration, which means there is free flow of information and there is a shared effort to achieve the desired result, which is implementing some of the systems. Guidelines and tools that you can use for managing stakeholder collaboration: business analysis approach, which will describe the level of engagement that you're going to have. Objectives will drive a shared work towards a future state. Future state will help you to understand what is it that you are working towards. Recommended actions will provide what are the key areas that each stakeholder should work on. And then finally, risk analysis will help to understand any concerns that you will have from a stakeholder engagement perspective. Techniques: you can use collaborative games, lessons learned for understanding stakeholder satisfaction or dissatisfaction, risk analysis and management, and then stakeholder list, map, or personas. Stakeholders who can be involved for collaboration are all stakeholders, but more focused on sponsor, end user, domain SME, implementation SME, and customer. Let's go through the case study quickly. Betonics is an insurance company with a wide range of products in the auto, home, and life insurance divisions. The field sales agents at Betonics all over the United States need a system to provide premium quotes to customers. To create a quote, a sales agent would need access to the business rules and relevant statistical data and customers' personal information concerning the type of policy they need. All of this information from a quote needs to be saved for to future use to underwrite the policies and maintain the policyholders' billing and coverage information. Paul is a business analyst who, with key stakeholders, decided to build this system incrementally and add functionality as they learn more about the business needs. Paul spent some time going through existing documents to understand the existing system, the process, the business rules, and the data which might be useful in eliciting requirements from the sales agents. He then created a high level context diagram to identify the exchange of information taking place between the proposed system with the other system and users. He has also prepared a list of questions for the key stakeholders to understand their requirements. A couple of meetings are scheduled with the stakeholders to design the process, the screen design to capture information about the customer, and to generate the codes. Paul documented all the information collected during elicitation and has received confirmation too. He has synthesized a lot of information. This information was organized, analyzed, and requirements communicated frequently. Hopefully, you can see my slide with the requirements lifecycle management topic. Okay, so what are we going to learn? First, we are going to talk about tracing requirements. Then we are going to learn about assessing changes to requirements. Third, we are going to learn about maintaining requirements. Fourth, about approving requirements. And then finally, about prioritizing requirements. So these are the tasks which is, so let's take a step back. What did we learn in business analysis, planning, and monitoring? So business analysis, planning, and monitoring is all about planning and governing business analysis activities. Okay, where we decide things like the methodology or the approach that we are going to take, the techniques that we are going to use, the deliverables that we have to provide, the stakeholders that we are going to engage and how we are going to engage with them, the decision making process, change control process, etc., and how we are going to maintain and store information that we collected during the business analysis activities. So we decide those things and also collect some feedback on business analysis activities. So it is kind of managing business analysis activities. Yeah. The second task, second knowledge area is elicitation and collaboration. Elicitation is focused on getting information from stakeholders. Collaboration is based on making sure that they also have visibility to that information and there is ongoing engagement and collaboration with stakeholders. So that's elicitation and collaboration. Now, when you come to requirements lifecycle management, as the name suggests, the question that we are trying to answer here is, okay, we got the information from stakeholders. Most of it would be requirements, but there could be some other stuff as well, like current state or problem statement or business objectives or goals and those kind of stuff. But what are we going to, how are we going to maintain, how are we going to retain, how are we going to, what are we going to do with the information that we collected from the stakeholders? That is the focus of requirements lifecycle management. So we get information which is from elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. We get that confirmed, and that confirmed elicitation results will then get converted into requirements and designs. That happens actually in the requirement analysis and design definition knowledge area. While we get the requirements and designs, we need to make sure to know if there is a dependency on one requirement to the other, what is the relationship between your requirements, how each requirement is being fulfilled, what test cases needs to be written, and what help is required for assessing the requirement changes and how to get that approved. So that is where these tasks come into picture. So the first step, which is trace requirements, you are trying to establish what are the relationships that are existing between various requirements. Then you are going to um, get the requirements approved, including changes to the requirements approved. Then you are going to prioritize the requirements. The requirements should always be in the form of a prioritized list. You will allocate requirements to specific solution components. You will also maintain them for reuse of the requirements. Okay, let's look at backup. So, change, we evaluate the requirements and designs in requirement lifecycle management. You trace the requirements to the fundamental need or the problem or opportunity that we were trying to uh, solve. Based on the impact of the requirement on the need, we prioritize the requirement, also maintain the requirements. We trace requirements to the solution and the solution components. We work very closely with the stakeholders. We make sure that the context is kept in mind. So, for example, is in certain regulatory projects, you might need to maintain more tighter traceability. We will learn what traceability in a minute. And then finally, we make sure that the requirements are maintained so that they deliver, we get the maximum value out of those requirements. Okay, so what are the inputs for all these tasks, which are requirements and design? So, requirements, basically, the focus is on the need, the representation of the need in the form of requirements, and designs, which is focused on the solution. They are the inputs into these 5 tasks: trace, maintain, prioritize, assess, and approve. Outputs are traced requirements, maintained requirements, and prioritized requirements and designs. Let's first take a look at the first task, which is trace requirements. What is the purpose of tracing requirements? So, the goal of tracing requirements is to make sure that we understand the relationships between the requirements, and at various levels, the requirements are linked to each other. We do this so that we can, if there are any changes, we can manage the effects of those changes. The inputs for tracing requirements are requirements and designs. The outputs are traced requirements and traced designs. Okay, now there are a number of things that we need to cover here. So the first is forward traceability versus backward traceability. Then we have 4 different relationships between. Okay. Imagine you're working on a software development project for a bank to enhance their mobile banking application. So there are a number of different requirements. Okay. So the first requirement is to improve user experience. Okay. This is the business requirement. So the business requirement is improve user experience. What can be a corresponding stakeholder requirement? As a stakeholder, as a customer, I want to log into the app easily. That's a stakeholder requirement. Solution requirement, simplify the login process by adding a biometric authentication. So, a lot of phones currently can recognize your face. So, you use that for the app as well. So, solution component is the biometric authentication module. Test script is the biometric authentication test. For the same requirements, we are going to say, as a customer, I want to intuitively navigate the UI. What are they going to deal with here? So they are going to optimize the user interface for better readability and ease of use. So they create 2 UI enhancements package 1 and package 2. So there is a UI test which is written for that. Then they are going to introduce customizable. So in order to improve user experience as a customer, I want to analyze my spending. So I spend on different things, but I don't have a visibility of that analysis. So in order to do the analysis of spending, there is customizable spending insights dashboard, uh, feed spending data from core banking system for spending insights. So spending insights dashboard and its test, data API from core banking and its test. Okay, so this is the second, this is the third stakeholder requirement. Then there is a different goal, which is increase customer engagement. So sorry about that. Okay, so increase customer engagement. As the marketing department, we need to provide customized offers to the customer. So add a feature for push notifications about special offers, right? You want to show targeted investment opportunities. So in-app investment advice. So that's another solution component. Enhance security and fraud prevention. Introduce two-factor authentication. Upgrade encryption protocols. Introduce real-time fraud detection and alerts to proactively protect customers. So these are some of the other features that are there. As you can see, each business requirement is broken down into multiple stakeholder requirements and sometimes multiple solution requirements. And for each solution requirement, there is a solution component which will satisfy the solution requirement and a test script that is going to validate the solution component. Okay, this kind of establishing a relationship from the various levels of requirements to the including the solution component and the test script is called traceability. You are basically establishing relationships between different requirements at different levels. Okay, now when you go from a high level requirement to a low level requirement, that is called forward traceability. So for example, when you go from improve user experience to, as a customer, I want to log into the app easily, that is forward traceability. You are detailing out the requirement. Or to simplify login process by adding biometric authentication, that is forward traceability. The other question could be, why are you implementing the investment advice? Because we want to provide in-app investment advice. Why? Because as an investment department, we want to show targeted investment opportunities. Why? To increase customer engagement. That kind of a traceability from low-level requirements to high-level requirements is called backward traceability. Okay, so we covered traceability and forward and backward traceability. All right, so traceability is relationship between requirements. When it is from the high level to low level, it is forward traceability. It is low level to high level, it is backward traceability. There are 4 different relationships that can be there between between requirements. The first is derive. Derive is when, for example, a stakeholder requirement is derived from a business requirement, or a solution requirement is derived from a stakeholder requirement. Depend is when one requirement is dependent on another requirement. Okay. Satisfy is typically between solution component and solution requirements. The idea is that the solution component will satisfy the solution requirement. Validate is between the solution requirement and the test case. So basically, the test case will validate the solution requirement. So these are the four relationships that we have: to understand the requirements, to track the requirement changes as project moves, to understand the relationship between requirements, to have refined requirements. We may not get a proper outcome, for accountability, to track and optimize resource time. Mhm. Okay, I think some of you got at least parts of it correct. So, one reason why we do requirement traceability is for analyzing change impacts. Okay, so let's say we have a number of business requirements that are being satisfied by one solution component. If we were to make one change to that solution component, what are the different stakeholder solution and business requirements that are going to be impacted by that? What is the impact of you making what can be considered as a minor change to one part of the solution? The requirements traceability matrix will help you do that impact analysis much better, because you know all those requirements that are related to that specific component or that specific requirement in any shape or form. So that is one benefit, right? I think um, one of you said that very clearly. Yeah. Okay. So that's one benefit. The other benefit is to make sure that we don't um, we satisfy all the requirements, right? So if we have traceability, you should not have orphaned requirements. If you do not have orphaned requirements, that means that you have met all the requirements that are there. It can be other way around also. You should not be building things where there is no requirement, right? That's waste of money. So that is also something which you can make sure through requirement traceability. So that's the three reasons. So one is to ensure that in case of changes, we can analyze those changes very easily. Second is you can make sure that we have confidence that all the requirements are being met. And third is that we have confidence that all components have a requirements against which we are building the solution. Okay, excellent. So that's on requirements traceability. So we understand how to do traceability, what is traceability, what are the different types of relationships, and forward and backward traceability. All right, let's move on. The guidelines and tools. Obviously, the domain in which we are working on will impact traceability, so that domain knowledge can be useful. If you remember, in information management approach, we did mention traceability approach. Traceability approach is defined by the information management approach. Legal or regulatory information. There are certain environments where regulatory requirements are there, because of which you need to have very strict traceability implemented. And then in order to implement traceability, you might use tools like Jira, Gemma, etc., which will or ALM tools, etc., which will help you to implement the requirement traceability. Techniques that you can use are business rules analysis, functional decomposition, process modeling, and scope modeling. Stakeholders who will be involved in tracing are domain SME, implementation SME, op support, project manager, tester, customers, supplier, end user, and sponsor. Any of these stakeholder can be involved in tracing requirements. Okay, so that brings us to maintain requirements. Okay, so I think we mentioned this while we were speaking about business analysis information management, but to stress, any requirement that you identify during the business analysis activities needs to be managed and maintained until the solution is retired. Okay, so maintain requirements. The goal is to make sure that we put systems and structures in place that will make sure that the requirement is maintained until the retirement of the solution. Maintain accuracy and consistency of requirements and support reuse of requirements. That's the purpose of maintaining requirements. Input is requirements and design. Again, the outputs are maintained requirements and maintained designs. Maintain requirements. So we need to make sure that the requirements continue to be accurate. Their relationships are maintained. They are not outdated. What happens if you make a change to the system? You need to update those requirements and make sure that that's easily traceable, so that, like, let's say you build a system, you created the requirements, you stored the requirements in a repository. After 2 years, there is a particular component that requires an enhancement. So that enhancement is completed by a team. If they do not accurately update the requirement repository, what happens is that the requirements and the solution will not be in sync. What that will result in is there will be difficulty in understanding how the solution is working. So that is where we need to make sure that the requirements are maintained accurately, so, and in a consistent fashion, including when there are changes to the solution. You need to also maintain the attributes. So we discussed about the different attributes that you can use along with the requirement. When you create a requirement, you don't just say, for example, as a customer, I want to enable the biometric login for my mobile app. That is not just the requirement. So you will maintain a number of other attributes along with the requirement. For example, source of the requirement. So the requirement came from the marketing team. So the marketing team is the source. Category, requested by, created date, updated date, priority, complexity, status, target rate, reusability, all these attributes we will maintain for the requirements. If you clearly maintain these attributes and label them, you can easily reuse the requirements in the future. Guidelines and tools that you can use for maintaining requirements are information management approach, which will tell you how to manage the requirements for reuse. Techniques that can be used: business rules analysis, use cases and scenarios, data flow diagrams, user stories, data modeling, and process modeling. This tells you which requirements are reusable. Document analysis will tell you about existing documents, which can then result in future reuse. And functional decomposition will identify the specific requirements and associated components that can be reused. Stakeholders involved in maintaining are domain SME, ops support team, tester, and regulators. Okay, so that's on maintaining requirements. So we need to make sure that the requirements are correctly maintained and the attributes are also accurately maintained, and then ensure that they are used in a reusable fashion. Okay, next we come to prioritize requirements. What do you understand by prioritization? Yeah, tell me, what is your understanding by prioritization? Which feature is most important? Which has a value? Yeah, okay. aligning requirements to see what comes first, which is the most important task to pick in the project. Yeah. So if you take a step back, so obviously we are talking about requirements, but if you take a step back, we have to prioritize about pretty much everything in our life, isn't it? Like you could prioritize to probably sleep or to watch on a Saturday morning, right? Or you could prioritize to attend a training that will increase your value in the jobs market, right? So that is a prioritization that you do. If you are a government, you need to decide whether you want to prioritize building a road, building a power plant, or doing something else. So every organization, every individual has to do a number of prioritizations on an ongoing basis. Okay, the same thing applies. The reason why we have to prioritize is resources are limited. Like if we had unlimited time, we could do whatever we wanted, right? But we don't have unlimited time. Everybody has only 24 hours in a day. So we need to decide at every point in time what to do. And that should reflect our own prioritization in terms of our own goals, right? So, for example, if my primary goal is to get fitter, I should allocate sufficient time, energy, and money for activities related to that. Say maybe a gym membership, or maybe buying good ingredients and cooking. If my priorities is to become an expert business analyst, I should spend time, energy, resources in learning the skills, knowledge that is required for me to become that, right? If I want to become an excellent football player, I want to spend, again, time, money, resources, everything to become that. Now, the point is, none of these inherently has value, right? Like I might spend my morning learning about different types of traceability. Somebody else might um, learn about how to play football. It is not that one is better than the other. It is simply that, given the goal of becoming a footballer, it is important that you prioritize that. Given the goal of becoming a business analyst, it is important that you prioritize that. The reason why I'm trying to tell you this is because when you are trying to do prioritization, every feature might seem important, but that is not the goal. The goal is, okay, what is the business goal that you are trying to address? Like if you take the Unilever case, right? Um, the goal, the employee might like to get the food delivered in 10 minutes, but that is not the goal, right? The goal is organizational avoidance of wastage and increased productivity, right? That is the goal. So you should prioritize those requirements that are valuable from a business perspective. So prioritization is basically that task where you agree with your stakeholders what is the relative importance of your requirements in uh, in relation to other requirements, right? So you have, let's say, 10 requirements. Which of those have the highest importance compared to the rest of the requirements? So the inputs into prioritization are requirements and design. The output are prioritized requirements and prioritized designs. Okay, now we will go through each of these factors one by one. What do you understand by benefit? What do you understand by benefit? So, a benefit is the positive value that you are likely to gain by implementing a requirement. Okay. So, for example, if we were to implement the canteen order delivery system for Unilever successfully, it would result in reduction in wastage of food. That is a benefit, right? That you will basically gain by implementing it. Or employees in your company will save 30 minutes on an average that they otherwise would have spent waiting for food, right? So that is a benefit. Okay. The second factor that you will take into, okay, so what do we mean by a factor? If you have two requirements, one with a higher benefit, you are likely to prioritize the one with the higher benefit, right? So, and benefit is the positive outcome or positive value that you will gain by implementing a requirement. Penalty, on the other hand, is something that is a negative value that you will pay if you do not implement a requirement. Okay. uh, the best example that I always use is, if you do not um, if you do not um, so in India there was a recent regulation which was that all credit card issuers need to maintain the data of their customers within the borders of India. If they do not comply with that within a certain period of time, they can no longer issue cards in India. So they will lose the customers, right? So that is an example where you need to implement that, because there is a penalty if you do not implement that, right? Another example would be, if you do not adhere to, so the best example for penalty would be, if you do not adhere to the traffic law rules, you will end up paying a fine, right? That is an example of a penalty. If you do not um, attend classes for a particular course, sometimes what happens is that they might not let you sit for the exam, right? So these are examples of a penalty. So if you do not manage, or if you do not implement certain requirements, you are going to have a negative impact on you by way of penalty. You have to pay a fine or a penalty. Then there is cost, the next factor. So cost is the money that you are going to spend to implement the feature. Again, other factors being the same, a higher cost uh, um, requirement will be lower prioritized, right? There is an inverse relationship. Okay, you need to understand the risk of your requirement. If there is high risk for your requirement, it is not a wise idea to prioritize it. You need to understand the dependencies. If you have two requirements, okay, requirement A and requirement B, and requirement B is dependent on requirement A, what should be your priority? Requirement A or requirement B? Everything else is the same. You have requirement A and you have requirement B. B is dependent on requirement A. If you do not implement requirement A, you cannot implement requirement B. So obviously requirement A has to be prioritized. You cannot prioritize requirement B above requirement A, because that will not work, right? So dependencies is something which else that we need to take into consideration. Then you have time sensitivity. Certain things needs to be done either because of, again, regulatory requirements, or because of market pressures in a time sensitive manner. Okay, so the best example is when COVID-19 happened in 2020. A lot of people, I mean, everywhere it was locked down, so people were spending more time at home, and they had to be entertained. So entertained. So they used to watch whatever Netflix, Amazon Prime, Sony Live, or whatever, Apple TV, whatever streaming services were there. Their usage started to increase. So there was a demand on these applications to scale up their ability to support the number of users, right? So that was time sensitive. If they did it after 3 years, then things went back to normal. If they could do it immediately in the next 3 months or 2 months, then that would result in higher market share. Okay, then you have stability, which is your requirement being stable, meaning your requirement is not changing much anymore. More stable requirements are prioritized higher. Then you have regulatory or policy compliance. So those are absolutely mandatory. If you do not meet them, you cannot carry on with your business. So those needs to be absolutely prioritized as well. Okay, so those are the 8 possible factors that we can take into consideration for prioritization. And then the challenges are, it is often difficult to find out the relative value. What if something has a lot of value and very high cost, something else has very low value and a very low cost? It's often difficult to decide which one to prioritize, and your stakeholders will disagree heavily on prioritization. So it's something that you need to learn to manage with your stakeholders and force them to not tell you that everything is a priority. You will hear this, everything is a priority. That's not going to happen, right? You need to force rank so that things have different priorities and you can prioritize effectively. And prioritization is an ongoing process. Before we jump on to guidelines and tools, I'll take a look at this Carl Wegner's relative weighting process, and we will see an example, and then we can move to the other bits, right? So the way you can prioritize requirements is you take the benefit, penalty, cost, and risk, assign weights to each of these, and then you use this formula where you say benefit plus penalty divided by cost plus risk, and this will give you a value. That value, the higher the value, the higher the priority is. Okay, you have a list of 9 requirements here. Okay, so you can see I have assigned in a scale of 1 to 9 benefit, cost, penalty, and risk, right? So, for example, if you implement the biometric authentication, the benefit is very high, but the penalty is very low. The cost is medium, 6, and the risk is okayish. So, when you do the calculation, you get a value. So, this is basically your benefit plus penalty divided by cost plus risk. Similarly, you do this for every value, and you can see this is the one which has the highest value. So, that will be the number one. Sorry, this is the one that has the highest value. So, this has the highest value. Then you have this, which is the second priority. Then you have this, which is the third priority, so on and so forth. Okay. So that is the prioritization. Guidelines and tools, we try and understand the business constraints. We will look at the change strategy. So whatever is more aligned to the strategy, higher priority. Domain knowledge, we need to understand the domain for effective prioritization. Governance approach will tell you the prioritization approach that we are going to follow. Requirements architecture, the requirement tools, and solution scope. These are the guidelines and tools that you can use for prioritization. Then you have a list of techniques that you can use. Backlog management, interviews, business cases, workshops, decision analysis, risk analysis and management, estimation, item tracking, financial analysis, and prioritization. So these are the techniques that you can use for prioritizing requirements. So we already saw this formula. Now let's take a look at backlog management and what it is. Okay, so this is more commonly used in the adaptive methodology or in the agile methodology or in modern product management methodologies. Basically, what happens is you create a backlog of requirements. Every time when someone creates a new requirement, it goes into the backlog. So the backlog would typically contain user stories, change requests, defects, maintenance requests, even documentation requests will go into a backlog. In the backlog, what we'll then do is to do an estimation and a prioritization. An estimation would basically tell you how much effort is required in order to complete one particular backlog item. And then based on estimation, you will, and the benefit and the other factors that we discussed, we will prioritize the backlog so that the highest priority items are on top. Okay. And then what we do is we pick up items from the backlog and then we implement. As we pick up highest priority items from the top of the backlog, the next priority items will move up to the highest priority item. At the same time, this is a live thing. So there will be new requests that will come through, which needs to be assessed and added into the backlog at an appropriate priority. So at any point, you will have a backlog of items, and the highest priority items from the backlog will be at the top of the backlog. Those top of the backlog items will be picked up and implemented, and then the next highest priority items will move to the top of the backlog. In between, at any point in time, there could be new request that is coming through, which needs to be added into the backlog. So you need to decide where in the backlog they go depending on the priority. It is not that old items are priority. It is new items can be higher priority than anything that is there, depending on the factors that we discussed. So you will put that in the backlog at an appropriate priority and will then be managed accordingly. So the backlog is something which will record, track, and prioritize the remaining work items for a team or for a product. The items at the top typically have the highest priority. Backlog management is deciding when to include an item there. How are we going to describe each item? How are you going to track it? How frequently are you going to review that and make decisions? How are you going to select items from the backlog, and how do you remove items from the backlog? Okay, so that takes us to the next technique, which is estimation. Okay, what do you understand by estimation? Effort to build the feature, timeline. Okay. Sprint size. Sprint size is not estimation, actually. It's often fixed, isn't it? Forecasting. Yeah, that's correct. That's a good answer, Purva. So, estimation by itself is when you are trying to approximately identify or forecast a certain value in the future. Okay. So, it can be cost, it can be time, it can be effort, depending on the scenario. I'll start with a very simple example, right? Let's say you want to clear the CBAP exam by IIBA. Okay. You want to know how much time it will take in order for you to clear CBAP exam by IIBA. So, how will you do that? You will do an estimation, right? Now, we will look at the different ways of doing that estimation. Based on your estimation, then you decide, okay, it will take me around 6 months to complete the CBAP certification. So that is an example of estimation. Okay. Another example of estimation could be, let's say you want to become proficient in business analysis using artificial intelligence tools. Okay. So so you do some analysis in the market. What are the tools that I need to learn? What are the techniques I need to learn? What are the concepts I need to learn? What kind of certification I need? You understand all those things, and then you come up with an estimation that it will take me 2 years in order for me to do that, reach that level of proficiency as a BA using AI tools and techniques. So these kind of forecasting things in the future, especially measurements in the future, based on information that is available to you today, is called estimation. Typically, estimation is applicable for cost, effort, and timelines. Okay. Why do you do estimation? You do estimation to support decision making. So, for example, let's say you have 2 features or 2 requirements. You need to prioritize one of them. In order to prioritize one of them, you need to know both the benefit and the cost of each of those requirements, correct, at the very minimum. There are other things that can also impact your prioritization, but at the very minimum, you should know what is the benefit and the cost of each of those requirements. How can you do that? You will have to do an estimation of the benefits and the estimation of the cost. Okay. Another example could be you want to buy a car, right? Now you want to decide between two options. How do? You estimate the cost involved in it, and you also estimate the benefit that you're going to get from it. So that way you will be able to make decisions. So estimations generally support decision making. And it will also communicate assumptions and constraints. So when you estimate, for example, let's say when you are estimating the time that it will take you to clear CBAP exam, let's say you are making an assumption that for the next 6 months you are able to spend at least 3 hours a day, 2 hours a day for the next 6 months. So that is the assumption, right? If you are not able to do that, then that will become a constraint, right? So estimation is the process, iterative process of forecasting effort and time and cost in the future, while calling out the assumptions and the constraints that might be there in order to support future decision making. There are a number of different ways in which you can perform estimation. So the first one is top down. Again, sticking with our CBAP example, let's say you want to prepare for CBAP exam. So what you can do is you go and talk to a few people who has cleared CBAP exam. It took them 5 months, 6 months, whatever. You basically look at their learning ability and you say, okay, I can also do that same. So it will take me around 6 to 7 months. So that is a top-down approach. Basically, you look at the overall thing, compare it with something which is comparable, and then you arrive at the estimation. That is a top-down approach. Or you can follow a bottom-up approach. When you are doing a bottom-up approach, what you do is you will basically look at each element of it separately, right? So you will look at, okay, it will take me around 6 weeks to read Babok in depth, top to bottom, completely. Okay. Then it will take me another 6 weeks to attend a training. So that's 12 weeks. But then I need to do 3 revisions of 3 weeks each, where I go through the Babok again to revise upon my concepts. So that's another 9 weeks. So in total, it will take me 21 weeks in order to complete the CBAP exam. Right? So that's the bottom-up approach, where you take individual components, add those together, estimate them individually, and then add those together, and that provides you the total estimate. That's the bottom-up approach. Then you have the parametric estimation. Okay. So in parametric estimation, what you do is you will depend on past data. So let's say you have the details of CBAP preparation of thousands of people in the past. Okay. So they basically did each component separately. For each component, they have given the time it took them in detail. So you take that number and then you use that in order to perform your estimation. That is called parametric estimation. Then you have rough order of magnitude, which is when you, again, okay, this looks like 6 months of effort to me based on past experience. Okay, so that is rough order of magnitude. Then you have rolling wave, where you estimate immediate things more accurately. So according to you, it takes you 6 weeks to go through Babok, but CBAP is 6 to 9 months. You do not know exactly how much. So your confidence level is much more accurate in the near term. Okay. Then you have the Delphi estimate, where you will again use
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.